Okay, there's a meeting get live stream. Okay. Let me see.
Okay, I'm back.
So everyone, I think we're live on YouTube now.
Did you want me to add a reminder about that into the greeting? I thought I did add that. Maybe I only added it today.
I think we're all set with it.
Okay. Wait, isn't Tamaki tomorrow?
Yes, we'll be interviewing him tomorrow. We're also streaming live.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's begin the show. I'll start recording.
Aim is dust tonight, so watch me bring the fire, set the night light. Shoes on, get up in the morning, cup of milk, let's rock and roll. Kink out, get the drum rolling on like a rolling stone. Sing song when I'm walking home, jump up to the top of the brown. Ding dong, call me on my phone, nice tea, and I get my ping pong. This is heavy, can't hit the baseball, I'm ready. Life's sweet as honey, get this beach trade like money. Let's go. So she join the crowd, we wanna come along. Word up, time to talk, just move every up the wall. Sky's the last, so catch the breakdown. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the lesson, so you should keep it up. It's getting heavy, you can baseball, I'm ready. Levies, it's the chain like money. And this girl, all alone, I need to step, I'm good to go.
All right. Looks like we got most people here. It's a little after 7, so let's get going. Hello and welcome to the 5th day of the Model G20 Virtual Summit. Today is the day you've all been waiting for, our final policy presentations. So as you know, my name is Alex Krauser, and I'll be one of your hosts for today. It's been so inspiring to watch delegations and the deciding committee work as teams to achieve their goals over the last week, and we're all eager to see the results of your efforts in today's main event, the press conference. We're so proud of the work you've done, and you should be too. As the future leaders of the world, expanding your understanding of this issue and developing solutions to explore, understand, and thrive can help you feel empowered to change things in your own community and around the world. We can't wait to see the impact you'll have over the coming years. But for now, let's focus on your major task today. So during the press conference, you will present your final policy presentations and reveal any international agreements you've negotiated with other countries. Once everyone has presented, the deciding committee will determine which countries they felt did the best job of creating policies that will solve crucial problems caused by urbanization and create modern, thriving cities. After this opening meeting, the presentations will begin. There are two parts to the presentations, the head of state and then the ministers. So as soon as I'm done speaking, the heads of state presentations will begin and will last for 70 minutes. The head of state from each country will present at this time in this Zoom room to the entire summit. Each head of state will have 4 slides and 3 minutes to present an overview of their country's policies, as well as their own policies as head of state. They will also describe their response to the classified file, as well as any major international collaborations they wish to highlight. Each head of state will share their screen as they present. If you have difficulties doing so, the Model G20 committee does have backup versions of your presentations, and we can show them, but ideally each head of state presents their own slides. So as the heads of state present, the deciding committee should be evaluating the countries they have been assigned using the rubric. They will be scoring countries they did not meet with during the advisory board session. If you're in the deciding committee and you're still not sure which countries you should be evaluating, please message Martha or another member of the Model G20 committee and we can help clear that up. Also, deciding committee, if you haven't already, you should download a copy of the scoring sheet, which you can use in case you experience any issues with the online version. Fill out your offline copy and then email Martha the results. And that needs to be done by the end of the day today. So anyway, back to the agenda. After each head of state presents, there will be a 10-minute break from 8:20 to 8:30 Eastern. At 8:30, it'll be time for the ministerial presentations. For these presentations, the summit will be split into 4 breakout rooms, each with 5 countries in them. We will tell you which countries should be in which rooms, and you will sort yourselves into the proper rooms, and of course, we can help if needed. During ministerial presentations, each minister will have 2 minutes to present their policies and agreements. The head of state should share their screen to present their country's presentation. After each delegation presents, there will be a brief dissertation and defense session. This is the time for the deciding committee to ask questions to the delegation. The deciding committee may ask specific ministers questions, including the head of state, or direct their questions to the group as a whole. The head of state may also answer questions during this time. The dissertation and defense for each country will last approximately 6 minutes. Ministerial presentations, including dissertation and defense, will last for 2 hours and 20 minutes total, or until about 10:50 Eastern. After ministerial presentations, we will all meet back together here for a brief closing meeting. And then remember, tomorrow will be our final day together. We'll have a talent show, an open mic session, and then our awards ceremony. A couple final reminders: unless you are speaking, please make sure you're muted, and please make sure your cameras are on. And if you haven't already, please change your Zoom name to your country, first name, and ministry. Don't need to say minister of, just country, first name, ministry. Okay, so with that said, let's get started with our head of state presentations. So we'll begin with the head of state of Indonesia, followed by Italy, and so on. We'll be posting the full presentation order in this Zoom chat. You can also see it here. Please make sure you know who goes before you and who goes after you. And please be prepared to share your screen to show your presentation. Again, the head of state should share the screen for themselves. Heads of state. Once you have finished, you will introduce the head of state for the next country. A member of the Model G20 committee will serve as the timekeeper. When 3 minutes have passed, they will tell the head of state that their time is up by saying out loud, "Head of state, your time is up." Please remember that you may lose points for going over time. If you have any questions about any of this, please type them to everybody in the Zoom chat. And with that said, the Indonesian head of state should now begin. Please share your screen. Do we have the head of state of Indonesia? Indonesia, you're up.
She may be having an internet issue, so perhaps we could come back to her at the end.
Sure. All right, so we'll come back to Indonesia. So I guess Italy, sorry for the rush start, but head of state of Italy, you're up next.
Sure.
So the virtual floor is yours.
I'll start right now. Thank you and welcome. I am Isabella, Head of State of Italy, and I will present an overview of our policies. First, the three national goals of our country is first to reduce the unemployment rate, second, to reduce crime rate, and third, we're going to strengthen the infrastructures. The classified files that we received tells us that there are people protesting because they have been misled by the media and they believe that technology is harmful for our country. However, it is not like that. So we got three solutions. The first, we'll post clarification to public. And second, there will be a blockchain technology being used to really protect civilians' cybersecurity. And we'll let them know that there is such technology. And third, people will be allowed to visit factories or high technology places in the city as they can get to know how the smart city system works and won't be misled by rumors anymore. The first policy is a multilateral policy collaborating with Australia, Brazil, Canada, and etc., which is to decrease the frequency of cybercrime attack by 50% within the next 5 years. We will work together to create a safer and smarter cyberspace. CIC will apply and adhere to set out regulations and innovate more secure technology, which will allow safer governmental operation and international regulations. International investment. The second policy is also a multilateral policy collaborating with the country of Argentina, Australia, Canada, and etc. to increase the use of renewable energy by 7% and need to be achieved by 2030. We agreed to set a department that research deeper into renewable energy technology. The next policy is to decrease the number of refugees illegally coming to the country each year by 70% in the next 2 years by improving the boundary security and sending refugees back. The immigrants are bringing negative impact to our country. The number of refugees in the EU increased by 400% in 2016, while the crime rate committed by refugees increased by 79%. In the past year, there were 21,618 illegal immigrants. By reducing 70% each year, meaning to have at least 15,132 illegal immigrants being restricted next year. Furthermore, Italy agrees to aid refugees coming from Africa by sending food and sheltering facilities to their countries as long as those countries need it. The last policy is to collaborate with Indonesia and to create 2 resorts on each of our countries. The first resorts on Indonesia, Italy will be benefited by gaining 60% of the profits. And the second resorts will be on the Sicily's islands of Italy, and Indonesia will help Italy to recover the economies on Sicily Island and also help to decrease the unemployment rate. And now I will introduce our next speaker, the head of state of India. Thank you.
Regina, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's not full screen.
Give me, okay. And now you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I start again?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and good evening. I'm Regina Romero. I'm the head of state of India. And now I will introduce and give you a quick overview about our national goals and the major issues that are impacted in India cities. Well, our first goal is plan of increasing urbanization. Our second goal is slow rate of climate change, prioritize the IT sector, increase the cybersecurity in India, and of course, boost the advance of Indian economy. We want to be able to create a smart and sustainable cities that promote the welfare in the India. My first policy. Well, with focusing on the hunger and poverty extreme, we plan to introduce an irrigation hydroponic system. Irrigation hydroponic system works with the crude crops nutrition. It's helped to reduce the environmental impact. We can reduce the 80% of the water uses. We can reduce the carbon footprint, and also we can get a more economic benefits of this irrigation hydroponic system. Take in mind the industry of the agriculture is one of the key industry in India. Also, we can create new jobs and new employees for the people. Well, India is one of the most overpopulated countries on the world, as everyone knows. And according with the Commission on Population and Government, it's possible to reverse all the damage that we produce. I investigate a lot about the measures to implement that causes the overpopulation in India, and I propose get a strategy with these measures: gender equity, access to quality education, a family planification program, and control migratory flows to achieve reduce the demographic increase. Well, for that, my bilateral agreement to improve the IT sector, we create a joint amendment to the Indian-Japanese Digital Partnership. It's an agreement to improve the cybersecurity situations in both countries, facilitate the 90% on the Japan invest opportunities, and get solutions for the cyber attacks for India. In response to the recent cyber attacks, India will use the Japan invest to create a economic fund that impulse the industry and create new employments to the technicians who lost their jobs, a consequence of the pandemic. And to end, my bilateral agreement has much impact as I can. Develop an international treaty to call the action other countries for coming to get smart and sustainable cities, working together through the digitalization, optimizing the digitalization services, and ensuring the access to all public services to all the people in the country that sign the treaty.
That's time.
Okay, thank you. Now I introduce the head of state of Japan.
Thank you and welcome. I am Sawana, Head of State of Japan, and I will now present an overview of our policies. Japan's current problems include climate change, workforce shortage, aging population, and technology security. In response to this, Japan has decided to address some of these problems in our national goals. Our goals include increased access to smart technology and transportation in cities and rural areas across the country by 2040, as well as increase the workforce and work productivity in Japan by 2.5% each year in response to a rapidly aging population and to increase the GDP. Our last goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by incorporating renewable energy resources into machines and transportation. By doing this, Japan is planning on increasing its percentage of renewable energy 24% by 2030. Another problem Japan is facing is cybersecurity. To address the recent controversies around cybersecurity attacks in my position of head of state, I will pass policies for cybersecurity, including the Cyber Initiative Council and the revised IJDP amendment. The Cyber Initiative Council will help decrease the frequency of cyber attacks, and the countries in agreement will apply and adhere to a set of regulations and innovate more secure technology, which will allow for safer governmental operation and international investment. In the joint IJDP amendment, the India-Japan Digital Partnership Agreement will propose an emphasis on cybersecurity technology and startups. These policies will help in protecting Japanese companies from cyber attacks, as well as protecting the privacy of Japanese citizens. Technology is getting increasingly popular in Japan, but as technology grows, the risk of cybersecurity attacks increases as well. This is why passing these policies is vital for Japan's success. In order to increase the workforce in Japan to accommodate a rapidly aging population, Japan will create a job visa program for people around the world to live and work in Japan for up to 5 years at a time. Japan will issue visas to match the number of workers needed in each sector of the economy, particularly in the automotive, retail, restaurant, construction, and agriculture industries, and create an application program that matches worker skills to jobs. Japan has also created a policy with South Korea and Australia to help with employment. These countries will help each other with the promise of economic opportunity for each other's migrants. This will help decrease Australia's unemployment rate while raising Japan and South Korea's workforces. In order to meet Japan's goal in increasing the percentage of renewable energy resources by 24%, Japan has entered a policy with many countries to set up a department that researches deeper into renewable energy technology, including solar, wind, and hydropower. Thank you. I will now introduce our next speaker, the head of state of Germany.
Hi, so because I'm currently having some technical issues, I have to ask my Minister of Business and Development to share the PowerPoint for me.
That's totally fine. Thank you for working that out.
I'm so nervous. Thank you and welcome. I am Angelina, Head of State of Germany, and I will present an overview of our policies. Germany's policies aim to decrease unemployment rates, inhibit COVID, and increase renewable energy usage, which are prominent issues in cities worldwide. In response to the classified file, Germany is implementing both domestic and international policies where they set regulations for corporations, increase funding for cybersecurity, and educate citizens on technology and citizens. So citizens will support our policies in creating smart cities. Our technology minister will present the domestic policy in detail. Next slide. In Policy 1, Germany collaborates with all countries in G20 to form an annual renewable energy summit that researches into renewable energy technology, such as hydroelectric energy. As of 2021, 49% of Germany's electricity is generated by renewable sources. The goal of Policy 1 is to increase the use of renewable energy by 7% by 2030. Through achieving this goal, Germany will have more than 55% of its energy generated from clean sources, making its cities more sustainable. In July 2021, urban floods led to a death toll of at least 156 people.
In Policy 2, Germany is collaborating with Argentina through exchange programs and sharing information about flooding, aiming to reduce urban flooding rates by a third by 2040. Through decreasing urban flooding rates, Germany ensures citizens' safety within cities. Next slide. Policy 3 is a multilateral agreement creating a council and developing a cybersecurity regulation, data breach response plan, and education of technology and cybersecurity. Germany will emphasize on education through media, like creating educational videos and news of cybersecurity. Through both implementing regulations and education, Germany ensures the safety of information in cities and hopes that its citizens will learn to support technology in smart cities, which are the main issues that were brought up in the classified file. Next slide. Australia, South Korea, and Germany agree in Policy 4 to increase living standards in urban areas through implementing new technology, increasing the HDI to 0.96 while limiting urban sprawl by supporting rural economy, decreasing the urban population growth by 0.2% by 2025. Through implementing new technologies like smart streetlights that will minimize road congestion, it will influence the standard of living in cities positively and also creating more jobs and thus increasing employment rates. In short, the policies of Germany aim to increase the standard of living in smart cities and make urban life more adapted to citizens' needs. And now I will introduce our next speaker, the head of state of the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you guys see the slides clearly?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you and welcome. I am Lucas, head of state of South Korea. It is certain that all of our countries are working to improve the needs of our citizens, and each country has unique resources and situations. However, during this process, it is certain that we will also be encountering problems and obstacles that are either shared by the world or restricted within the nation. Therefore, to cope with the issues of overpopulation, high housing prices, and huge disparities between regions, South Korea have developed 3 national goals and various policies in an attempt to solve these problems. Our first goal is reducing regional disparities. This includes encouraging people to move to suburban areas with vacant positions and more job opportunities outside of the capital Seoul. Second of all, it is undeniable that overpopulation and urbanization bring forth various issues, for instance, lack of space, pollution, and even more. Thus, we will be working on increasing environmental protection and renewable energy through working with other countries and developing technologies to reduce the contamination to as much as possible. Last, we plan to promote an economic revitalization and morph the society into one where people can live while ensuring their quality of life, including increasing economic power and lowering living costs domestically. As the head of state, I've created a domestic policy of providing families with newborn supplements to alleviate financial pressures of raising a child. Also, the government will be funding and cooperating with private enterprises to develop iris recognition technologies and install them in public spaces as a virtual form of vaccine passports in response to the pandemic. After a citizen has received a vaccine, their iris sample will be sent to the database, and they will be able to access public facilities with ease. Moreover, 2 multilateral policies were brought about aiming at advancing renewable energy technologies and introducing smarter infrastructure within the nation's smart cities. We will be researching and sharing knowledge with other nations on clean energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower. Finally, regarding the classified files about cyber attacks, South Korea is now part of a multilateral policy with multiple countries working together on implementing a blockchain technology database on all smart cities to improve cybersecurity by 2030. This will help prevent similar situations of cyber attack from happening again in South Korea and protect citizens' private rights. This is the end of my presentation, and I will now introduce the head of state of, the head of state of France. Thank you.
Can you all see my PowerPoint?
We can. Are you able to present it full screen?
Uh, let me try. Okay.
Yep.
Can you see my full screen? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. I'm Kinsey, head of state of France, and I'll present an overview of our policies. France's first goal is decreasing 2% of unemployment rate in 5 years and decreasing 4% in 15 years. And the second goal addresses the issue of medicine, including providing sufficient medical facilities, reducing cancer mortality rate, and training more potential doctors. And for the third national goal, France plans to promote more people to receive higher education. To tackle a high unemployment rate, as head of state, my first domestic policy is that France increase job accessibility by eliminating information asymmetry and creating new jobs. The first part of the policy is that France will build a shared recruiting platform for all French citizens with free access in 2 years, and the employment information on the platform will be automatically collected by cloud within 1 year. The second part includes France's government providing grants and microcredit program for entrepreneurs to help them start their own business. The program contains a budget of 2 billion euros and lasts for 3 years. And this medicine research and development stimulus policy accelerates the solving of medicine hardship in France. Firstly, France's government will revive and enforce more effective laws regarding intellectual property rights in medicine and increase penalty towards infringing intellectual property. Second, France will increase tax credit for research and development expenditure and eliminate the tax credit cap of 100 million euros for 5 years. The tax credit rate of significant breakthrough may be more than 100% of the research expenditure. And finally, France agrees on a multilateral policy with Brazil, South Korea, the UK, India, Indonesia, Turkey, Mexico, the US, Saudi Arabia, the EU, South Africa, and Italy in the collaboration of research and development. Together, we will build a worldwide smart city research consortium, which is a shared research and development center so that top scientists can collaborate smoothly. France initiates a budget of 1 billion euro to complete the buy in shared monetary investment towards the program to help establish 3 initial centers in 2022 to 2025. During 2025 to 2030, France will hold a budget of 5 billion euro to support the building and operating costs for the initial centers. And as for the cybersecurity issue, France has formed a multilateral policy with the UK of collaborating in cybersecurity to restore the public's confidence towards high technology. But because of the time limits, France's Minister of Science and New Technology will introduce the policy more specifically. And now I will introduce our next speaker, the head of state of Mexico. Thank you very much.
Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you and welcome. I'm Clara Cutie, head of state of Mexico, and I will be presenting an overview of our policies. Sorry, something went wrong. Throughout the summit, the country of Mexico has been dedicated to preparing our country's densely populated cities like Mexico City and Guadalajara for technological change and advancement, whilst targeting problems in our cities that have previously hindered the happiness of our citizens. Mexico has rallied behind our core goals, which include improving education, becoming a more green and sustainable country, and combating the issue of poverty, which affects 44.2% of Mexico City's population. The classified file was also an important responsibility that was presented to me as head of state, and while Mexico was not directly impacted by any cyber attacks or data breaches, it was crucial to increase the amount of tech education that we as a country are providing to our city inhabitants. With the technology education policy supported by Germany, a multilateral cybersecurity project, and more awareness towards the positive effects of implementing smart cities, we hope that Mexico has alleviated the fears of our people. Mexico also aims to implement a national semi-restrictive firewall that will not halt data traffic, but merely make sure the data is being properly monitored and that we as a country can ensure that no data breaches occur in the future. Before our cities can become smarter, our people must be confident in their safety. To combat corruption and crime in our city's police departments, we propose funding for a new sector of the National Guard with the purpose of acting as a temporary substitute while we continue to hone in on cutting ties between the Mexican police departments and various crime groups. The protection and conservation of our beautiful and valued culture and monuments is also something that Mexico wants to take into account. So with our Smart City Development Plan, we aim to halt the removal or exterior remodeling of landmarks over 100 years. This bilateral cooperation with the United Kingdom will express to our citizens that we admire the culture in our cities, and we don't want technological change to destroy integral parts of our unique communities. Finally, in a multilateral policy with India and the United States, Mexico plans to ensure the safety of our dense cities by promoting the use of smart guns, personalized firearms equipped with tracking devices and barcodes to ensure that gun deaths will decrease by 30% in the next 5 years, and our country can crack down on illegal gun usage. In summary, it is essential that Mexico takes into account the safety of our people while making our cities smarter, because having a city tailored to the needs of the people will increase the overall happiness of our citizens we were chosen to protect. Thank you for your time, and I would now like to introduce our next speaker, the head of state of the European Union.
Thank you so much. All right, is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. So our overview of national goals is to increase and prioritize the production of renewable energy, not only to have a positive impact on the environment, but also to create jobs in the industry and reduce our reliance on other countries for imported energy sources. And we've also joined a multilateral agreement with many other countries to increase clean energy production by a minimum of 7% by 2030, with encouragement to union countries with more capability to produce more than that. Our second goal is to increase career and industry-specific training programs and educational routes, specifically for the industries of smart technology and digital workforce jobs, which will also provide more work-from-home options for people, as that's become both a necessity and a preference for many people due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Our third goal is to protect and conserve the natural spaces and monuments to preserve them from being destroyed as we increase development in our urban areas. An overview of our minister's goals are to put a ceiling on inflation rates and increase vocational training in the business and development sector, translate traditional means of transportation into cleaner ones in our transportation and infrastructure sector. Our public and community health minister is working on increasing the quality of public health and lowering the death rate in many countries. Our science and new technologies minister is working on increasing cybersecurity and efficient technological advancement. Our housing and urban life minister is working on permanent and emergency housing and rehabilitation centers for the homeless and refugees. Our education minister is working on degree transference between countries and specific education on digital and technological topics. And our energy minister is focusing on renewable energy and support job creation in the renewable energy industry, as we mentioned. We are treating cybersecurity as a matter of national security, and our specific bilateral policy with Canada, we've agreed to cooperate in an initiative to increase national cybersecurity in both of our nations and unions by directing federal attention towards internet security. We're putting an emphasis on prevention and reduction of compromising information rather than surveillance, because my citizens have spoken out about concerns about surveillance and monitoring with the breaches in data that we've received, and it's made them wary about smart technology. We're also increasing training for military cybersecurity programs, as well as increasing cooperation between military and civilian initiatives. The sharing of information and technologies between the two involved parties, us and Canada, is also going to help further those goals. And we're also participating in the larger policy that many others have also mentioned that increases information sharing and allocation of resources between all allied countries. We're also working towards more union stability and human rights to reduce tensions between Eastern and Western Europe, while prioritizing human rights as a goal between compromises between further left and further right governments, in an attempt to create more stability in the union while still maintaining human rights as a goal because we find that very important, as well as
That is
increasing
time.
technology. Thank you. I would like to now introduce the head of state of Russia.
Thank you and welcome. I'm Joshua, the head of state of Russia, and I will present our policies. Our nation goals are: number one, develop a 100% carbon-free and 80% renewable energy sources by 2035, improve GDP by 10%, exporting new technologies to finance more scientific research, and change the infrastructure of current cities, and build two new intelligent ones by 2035. We get an agreement with India in which we are searching for a benefit in the public transportation and helping the Russian medical system to return to its pre-pandemic state by 2025. The first multilateral agreement we have with several countries is about setting a department that will research deeper into renewable energy technology so every country all around the world can have the knowledge to start the transition towards renewable energies. Another multilateral agreement related to the classified file, it's about cybersecurity. We pretend to improve cybersecurity by 2030, implementing a blockchain technology database which provides an standardized data with security factors in all cities around the world. In our policy of public community health, we have the goal to address the COVID-19 problem in Russia by using domestic smart medical system and global health cooperation agreement by sharing certain types of medical facilities, techniques, and promoting full communication of experts between hospitals and among member countries. In our new technologies, we have developed a goal to take care of providing total connectivity to the entire country. Also, in housing and urban life, we attempt to increase urban population percentage to 80% in 10 years. In issues of education, we have a policy to increase government funding in education to at least 4%, reducing inequality and improving teachers' working conditions. And in energy agreement, we agreed to increase subsidies to accelerate the replacement of traditional vehicles with environmental friendly cars. And then I would like to introduce the head of state of China. Thank you.
Thank you much. Now let me show my screen. Okay, is that visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm the head of state of People's Republic of China. So let me introduce our policies and national goals. First, I want to ask a question. What's the goals we mainly discussing about those during these days? What's the meaning that we are here? Just build a smart city? Not really, I believe. It's based on this background of economic globalization. As China, we hope to use information technology and modern division of labor system to balance the interests of different classes, solve the conflicts between resources and environment and human activities, and finally explore a sustainable development path widely applicable to all cities. So now let me introduce our national goals. The goals divided in three parts of it is involved in the rational development and utilization of resources, and also promote technological progress and effective risk control. And also for the environment part, we are protecting the environment and maintaining the ecological balance. And for the life and economy part, we're going to meet the basic requirement of the employment and life and to establish a principle of fair distribution. And also we have eradicated poverty and achieving sustainable, and we want to achieve the sustained economic growth. So all the three parts combine into our next, the topic of the sustainable urban development. So To discuss these things, China believes that the cities are the centers of population and industrial activities plays an extremely important role in national economic and social development. If the urban environment is not sustainable, then the goal of sustainable development cannot be truly achieved. Therefore, China believes that how to maintain the sustainability of the cities will become the core content of the implementation of the sustainable urban development strategy. So, under the guidance of the scientific concept of development, we will grasp the quantitativeness, orientation, and direction of the urban development from the macro level, and we should also focus on the spatial structure, ecological pattern, and transportation system of land use, as well as the economic development and resources utilization behind it. So let's see the overview of the policies of China's. We have so far 12 multilateral policies and 8 bilateral policies, and also 15 domestic policies involved in like the equal access to quality education, also Institute for Global Energy Cooperation, and also reducing unemployment rates, etc. So this will be indicated by our ministers. So then for the case studies,
That's time.
We got it. Yeah, it's time. Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
So now,
currently I'm
sorry. Now let me introduce the next speaker, the head of state of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Before I start, I just want to mention I'm on different devices with my screen sharing and with device I'm on Zoom. Is that okay?
That should be fine.
Yeah, I can hear you, and it looks like you're about, yeah, you're sharing your screen. So yes, that works.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, I'm just gonna. I think it's a bit slower. Okay. My time starts in 3, 2, 1, now. Thank you and welcome. I'm Isu, the head of state of Saudi Arabia, and I will present an overview of our policies. Firstly, our national goals. It mainly includes, firstly, we want to integrate into green energy or renewable energy. Not only does this help alleviate climate change, we also aim to diversify our industries and not be heavily reliant on petroleum. Secondly, we aim to reduce gender, economic, and social inequality. This also includes unemployment, and we are aiming to mainly solve this through education. Thirdly, transportation. We want to improve the access to public transportation, and this also generates more jobs, which solves the problem of unemployment. Moving on to our domestic policies. Our domestic policies, firstly, is regarding unemployment. In the status quo, the unemployment rate in Saudi Arabia is high at almost 7%. This is mainly due to the coronavirus. Because of the COVID-19, at the start of 2020, the number almost went up as high as 8.5%. We aim to lower the unemployment rate to 4% by 2040 through the jobs generated by the green energy sector and the construction of smart city development, including innovations, development, and constructions. Secondly, we aim to lower the crime rate by 30% before 2035 through the implementation of smart city technologies, including but not limited to surveillance cameras, face recognitions, drone assistance, etc. Some of our multilateral and bilateral policies include regarding the problem of renewable energy and unemployment. So firstly, the countries of Germany, Saudi Arabia, and South Africa, China, and the US agreed to decrease unemployment rates by an average of 0.5% in 2 years, where Saudi Arabia is at 0.6% because we have the opportunity to. The countries agreed to establish an international forum that promotes the exchange of information through discussing various methods and new technologies that can be implemented in order to reduce unemployment rates. The countries will also hold meetings every 2 months to give a status update and ensure our countries are working towards a common goal. Although the countries may not use the same methods of lowering unemployment rates due to a difference in policies, all countries agree to work towards this common goal of decreasing unemployment rates. Secondly, the countries of Argentina, Australia, the EU, Indonesia, Italy, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Turkey, United Kingdom, and the United States of America agreed to set a department that researches deeper into renewable energy technology, including solar, wind, and hydropower. The purpose is to expand sustainable energy knowledge and improve the development of renewable energy facilities. By 2030, the countries in agreement will achieve an increase of 7% of renewable energy. Last is the policy regarding cybersecurity. So even though this crisis did not hit Saudi Arabia that hard severely, however, we do still think it's very important to prevent such crises in the future. At the same time, we want to educate the citizens. So we cooperated with Russia, South Africa, South Korea, Indonesia, France, and China on the policy regarding cybersecurity, supporting nations to implement a blockchain technology database, which provides standardized data with security factors on all smart cities to improve cybersecurity by 2030.
That's
So,
time.
okay, and now I will introduce our next speaker, the head of state of Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. I am Abby, the head of state of Canada, and I will be presenting an overview of our policies. So at the moment, Canada is facing urban development issues such as climate change, inflated housing costs, and lower quality of life, and endless construction. In response to this, we've based our national goals upon this. So first is reduce greenhouse gas emissions by reducing the endless amount of construction and finding more ways to incorporate renewable energy resources into our machinery by 2030. Second, protecting and conserving our rural territories while making development of urban and smart cities. And third, developing urban planning to satisfy housing needs, quality of life, and enhance smart transportation from less populated areas to working urban areas. So to address those problems, Canada will be working with other countries to fix those problems. First is a multilateral policy. The countries of Australia, Canada, and the EU are working to find more efficient transportation. Agree to prioritize sustainability through investment in the renewable energy and sustainable transportation sectors. We will work together to provide the necessary educational training infrastructure to create a more industry-specific jobs in the countries in agreement to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Second, another multilateral policy with Argentina, Australia, Canada, the EU, Germany, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and so forth. Want to increase by 7% the use of renewable energy resources to expand the knowledge and improve the development of renewable research facilities. And another one of our focus points is the cybersecurity attacks. Some of my organizations have been targeted, and I'm collaborating with the EU to avoid attacks in the future through this policy. So we are working with the EU in an initiative to increase national cybersecurity in our union nations by directing federal attention towards internet security. The initiative will place an emphasis on preemptive software and motive reduction rather than surveillance. This involves increased training and recruitment in information technology divisions of the military, as well as increased cooperation with civilian cybersecurity forces and between allied countries. Thank you. And now I will introduce our next speaker, the head of state of South Africa.
Thank you, Canada. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you and welcome. I am Alexandra, the head of state of South Africa, and I will present an overview of our policies. Delegates, as of 2021, the official unemployment rate for South Africa was 34.9%, this being the highest percentage out of all the G20 countries in this room. Having noticed the urgency of the matter, we have joined two international policies. First of all, to decrease the rates of people unemployed by 0.5% with the help of Germany and other nations written here. Secondly, we took an even specific approach after our bilateral agreement with India, prioritizing vulnerable communities in our respective nations. By reinforcing a joint collaboration between governments and citizens, we aim to gain quantitative and qualitative research for better job provision. Next, after the breaching of cybersecurity systems last week, our nation had joined a multilateral policy to provide blockchain technology on all smart cities by 2030, along with Russia, Saudi Arabia, the UK, and others. Moving on to the next one. Although South Africa have only experienced several identity thefts and malware attacks in the case of cybersecurity, our main issue is the lack of trust from citizens after the fear of technological advancements. Therefore, we decided to create a whole new domestic policy to maintain civility amongst communities. By governmental ads and promoting a local sense of belongingness, we anticipate on fulfilling a long-term goal, the decrease of communal riots by 40% in 2050. Lastly, we look to improve the nation's current risk and disaster management planning. By addressing the nation's tendency for such an occurrence, such as natural disasters, aftermaths of climate change, and also health epidemics such as HIV/AIDS and COVID-19, our nation will measure progress by looking at the percentage of South Africans receiving healthcare to reach 30%, by which in 2050, we only covered 19% today. After this discussion, the execution of our policies will be implemented as soon as possible, as it is in our best interest to gain urban development for the well-being of our citizens. My ministers will soon present their individual policies with the national goals of integrating environmental concerns, reducing the gap of inequality, and drive towards a road of sustainable. Thank you for your time. I now introduce the head of state of Brazil.
Okay, let me just share my screen and then I will get underway. Thank you and welcome. I am Noah, the head of state from Brazil, and I will present an overview of our policies. Hola, I invite you right now to Brazil. Even in your mind, see it now. An amazing country of rich natural resources and an extensive geography, including the Amazonian rainforest, the largest in the world. The fifth largest country in the world, covering half of South America. Brazil is fifth most populous on Earth, with half the population of Latin America. Brazil has a rich history of cultural legacy from its indigenous peoples, but like with every country, has a history deeply impacted by colonization. Centuries of struggle with unequal wealth and political wealth distribution has left Brazil struggling with poverty, poor education, and aging outdated infrastructure. More recent government policies have left high taxes and inefficiencies. And just this week, we had a bank breach against the Bank of Brazil. We addressed this by temporarily suspending activity in our investing markets, working close with law enforcement to track the perpetrators of this cybercrime, and a media campaign to restore confidence. This was demonstrative that in our vision for the future, we will be proactive with smart technologies in addressing cybercrime. Our future must be driven by international investments, partnerships, sustainable smart cities, and collaboration with other countries. History shows us that private incentives are powerful for companies, and cultivating international investors rather than an all-government model with high taxes, our industries will take a role in education. If business supplies computers to schools, education will be greatly improved. We will be launching programs to modernize our cities and transportation, which will provide jobs and technology from our science sector. And we realize we can't do this alone. We will be embracing multilateral agreements, including a worldwide research initiative launched by Brazil, but for the world. By working with a strong set of goals by our ministers, we have a forward-thinking vision of education, transportation, the economy, investments in infrastructure, and you will be hearing later from these ministers about these plans. As well, the future will rely on strong relationships and agreements. So Brazil outlined the WWSCRC, research centers, one on every continent, focused on energy, transportation, housing, and healthcare, working to include all countries with plans for funding and a timeline for development. 12 countries on this plan. And at this summit, we have also joined on to India's International Pact, working with Mexico and Australia's Cyber Council. The future is not just bright for Brazil, but for the rest of our world. Thank you, everyone. And now I will introduce the head of state from Turkey.
Good evening, deciding committee and delegates. I'm Anna, the head of state of Turkey. Okay. Our national goals are the main inspiration for our policies. It's important to keep in mind this as three aspects. People, increase general welfare and well-being of urban citizens. Technology, optimize the use of resources and time through the means of technology. And economy, develop a stable economy in exports, imports, and workforce. Also, we are going to respond to the cybersecurity crisis with the first policy. This policy will be impact on two national goals, and it's data protection. Ensure the confidential storage and privacy, collect data with encrypted cloud data and research support to minimize the impact of a cyber attack protecting the national security. The collect data will be managed by national security, and private corporation won't have this information. Also, we have a policy about the city management. This is the creation of a city management platform that administers and manages basic services from local centers, providing reliable and accurate data about 2024. Thus, people can pay bills and taxes or look for healthcare centers and optimizing time and resources. Also, we have a policy about natural disasters, that is the implementation of an emergency disaster system on the banks of rivers, seas, and sending an automatic warning to houses and factories from national satellites by 2025. This monitor the capacity of water, protecting the citizens from floods, and also this is the main natural problem of Turkey. Also, we have a multilateral agreement that is a creation of research department that will be providing new knowledge about renewable energy. Every nation will be achieve an increase of 7% in renewable energy by 2023. And the final policy is exchange of materials. The country of India and Turkey agreed to exchange raw materials, electronics, and transportation equipment by 2026. The purpose is improve the infrastructure of the new smart cities on Turkey and provide basic services for citizens. This includes the innovation in urban areas and the creation of new jobs for the workforce needed to build the new smart cities. Thank you. Next, I will present the head of state of Australia.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm Hezekiah, head of state for Australia. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep, we can see it. It's not full screen yet, though.
Oh, is it full
Now
screen?
it is.
Okay, wonderful. Before I begin an overview of my policies, I just want you guys to picture this. One day, as you step outside for a breath of fresh air, your lungs are met instead with a thick smog of pollution onto the crowded street you stepped on. Your body barely has any room to squeeze through the stampede of struggling people. A world like this may soon become our reality if we don't act together and now to build a better future. To prevent a future like I had just described, Australia has come up with three main goals. First, to advance our security through technological advancements. Second, to advance the use of sustainable transportation and renewable energy to conserve our environment. And third, to abridge the Aboriginal wealth disparity through a means of smart education and smart transportation. For better or for worse, technology is advancing rapidly, and we saw that last week with this huge security breach. While Australia wasn't severely affected, Australia has decided to start the Cyber Initiative Council, which will set international regulations for major world actors, provide resources to respond to and understand technology better, and reduce the rate of cybercrime by 50% within the next 5 years, excuse me. Domestically, Australia will reduce cybercrime by 75%. Australia will work with CIC to implement data breach responses, work with private investors, and provide educational resources for our citizens to educate themselves about smart cities and technology. As our cities become smarter, they attract more people. To ensure the well-being of our people, Australia has partnered with Germany and South Korea to improve the standard of living to an HDI of 0.960 and limit urban sprawl by decreasing the annual growth rate of cities by 0.2% by 2025. We will utilize smart technology and manufacturing to increase job opportunities for all countries involved and improve the standard of living in existing urban areas. This policy will help reduce congestion issues facing Sydney and Melbourne, some of Australia's biggest cities, while aiding us in our goal to provide more economic opportunities for our Indigenous population. In alignment with the summit topic, Australia has joined Argentina's Global Renewable Energy Initiative to increase research into renewable energy technology and improve the development of renewable energy facilities. Australia has also formed an agreement with the EU and Canada to increase the flow of knowledge and manufacturing resources necessary to reach net zero emissions by 2050. This agreement will foster more renewable energy jobs and create a world that is healthier for us and for our future generations. Thank you. I will now pass the floor to our next speaker, the head of state for the head of state of the United States.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So my time starts in 3, 2, 1. Thank you and welcome. I'm Pearl, the head of state of the US, and I will present an overview of our policies. Here are our 3 national goals. First, the US attempts to prevent further pollution and propose sustainable, environmentally friendly policies to help rebuild our environment. Next, the US currently suffers from many forms of internal crimes. The policies we create will try to combat these security threats and make sure our cities are safe. At last, the US, being a diverse society that holds a large population, will also aim to reduce different forms of inequalities we're facing, including social and economic. Moving on to my policies. Our one domestic policy is to reduce illegal immigration by 30% before 2025 by building a virtual barrier made up of drones and sensors to help identify unauthorized individuals attempting to cross the southwest border. Of the 10.98 million illegal immigrants in the US in 2018, most came from Mexico, as shown in the chart. Sadly, our economy is unable to accommodate this many people, and illegal immigration creates problems such as job competition and crime. With a technological barrier, we're using an efficient and effective way of solving this problem. Moving on to my first multilateral international policy. At present, the US has over 23.6% more cybercrimes than any other country. Therefore, we signed an agreement with the listed countries to decrease the frequency of cyber attacks by 50% within the next 5 years. We plan to develop the Cyber Initiative Council, which will apply a set of regulations and innovate more secure technology, while also implementing a data breach response plan, working with private investors and providing international resources to educate our public. My next multilateral policy is in regards to gun violence, which is a major issue in our nation, as shown in the chart. The countries of India, Mexico, and the US agreed to work together to decrease the frequency of any form of gun deaths by 30% within the next 5 years. By manufacturing smart guns, personalized firearms that offer life-saving protections against the unauthorized use of firearms, as well as implementing high-tech tracking devices, we aim to limit firearms to authorized users. The US will provide technology while India and Mexico provide labor and resources. This will also solve the illegal immigration issue from Mexico, since more jobs are now created there. Last comes my bilateral policy with Mexico. We will work to increase US employment of Mexicans in tech-related positions by 30% in 5 years. This policy stems from the tech talent deficit in the US and surplus in Mexico. The US produces a limited number of computer science graduates, leaving over 900,000 unfilled IT and related positions, while Mexico has a surplus of highly trained individuals in the tech sector. For Mexican graduates to be employed and for US positions to be filled, our plans are to first have Mexican colleges provide job-seeking graduates with access to American tech companies, and for American companies to provide services directed to Mexican individuals like language translation and housing. And now I will introduce our next speaker, the head of state of Argentina. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. I'm Carissa, Head of State of Argentina, and I will present an overview of our policies. To start off, I will briefly explain Argentina's three main urban issues. Firstly is flood control. 1 in 3 Argentinians live in a flood-prone area. Moreover, the floods are expected to cause economic losses of $700 million every year. Secondly is air pollution. Argentina's annual mean concentration of PM2.5 is 13, which exceeds the recommended maximum of 10, thus making the air quality in Argentina moderately unsafe. Thirdly is a lack of green space. Argentina's smart city, Buenos Aires, has less than 2 meters square of green space per capita, which is concerning as it is below the recommended minimum of 9 meters square per capita. Therefore, our national goals are 1, to increase the use of renewable energy, 2, reduce poverty rates, and 3, to increase Argentina's green space per capita. Next slide. The first policy is a bilateral policy between Argentina and Germany. It includes sharing knowledge on sewer management through expert exchange programs and data collected by government agencies. By 2040, Argentina and Germany aim to reduce urban flooding rates by 1/3. For Argentina, this means improving flooding rates for 2 in 9 Argentinians living in a flood-prone area. The benefits of this policy is that with a deeper understanding of sewer management, Argentina can reduce its flood rates, reducing the economic losses and increasing citizen safety. Next slide, please. The next policy is an international agreement initiated by Argentina. 15 of the G20 countries have agreed to set up a department that researches deeper into renewable energy technology, including solar, wind, and hydropower. This includes sharing knowledge on renewable energy through annual summits where experts from each country involved share data from their nation's research department. By 2030, the countries in agreement will achieve an increase of 7% in renewable energy. For Argentina, this means by 2030, Argentina will supply a minimum of 10%. The benefits of this policy is that first, renewable energy like solar panel technology, wind turbines, and hydroelectricity can be more developed and effective. As a result, a deeper understanding of the technology makes it much more affordable, making it easier for nations around the world to switch to renewable energy, and therefore reducing air pollution not only in Argentina, but worldwide. Next slide. The last policy is a response to the cybersecurity case. Argentina in general has a lower level of cyber attacks than other major Latin American markets. Consequently, many businesses are resistant to the idea of investing in cybersecurity. However, to ensure the recent series of hacking attacks does not impact the Argentine people, our delegation has formed a domestic policy. The Minister of Education and Head of State will collaborate in implementing the National Cybersecurity Program. This includes holding annual events compulsory for all private businesses to attend. The risk and dangers of not having cybersecurity installed will be advocated, which will increase awareness for the criticality of having cybersecurity. Furthermore, schools will be obligated to hold a forum regarding cybersecurity for all students annually. The benefits are that it will effectively bring awareness to businesses, which would encourage them to invest in cybersecurity more, and students who may be future business owners will be aware, which can prevent future cyber attacks. Thank you, and now I will introduce our next speaker, the Head of State of the United Kingdom.
Can everyone see my slides?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. The world order which we seek is the cooperation of free countries working together in a friendly, civilized society. You guys may be familiar with that quote by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Good day, everyone, and welcome. I am Gerard, the Head of State of the United Kingdom, and I will now start this presentation by the first policy. At the end of day two, all nations were suddenly presented with a crisis at hand that made smart city planning a whole lot more complicated. News of cybercrime has leaked, and the media only adds fuel to the fire by reporting it nonstop. Public confidence in new smart city technologies plummeted, to say the least. I, as the head of state, am responsible to assure our citizens swiftly. Thus, I have made a cybersecurity policy signed by 7 other nations who are willing to commit to our citizens' safety. The policy states the following: supporting nations shall implement a database technology which provides a standardized data with security factors on all smart cities to improve cybersecurity by 2030. Blockchain technology is based on principles which maintain transaction trust. Private blockchain only allows government-recognized companies to participate, and this would increase our citizens' trust as there are government-verified external stakeholders in charge of our security system. Furthermore, according to the World Bank, exports of goods and services accounted for 31% of the country's total GDP. They show that China, as UK's third largest export partner, remains a crucial market for UK's goods. This means that UK and China are in a committed mutualism relationship. Thus, we launched this policy. The UK and China shall increase each nation's GDP by 5% every year to fund the development of our smart cities by the following. China will provide the UK with the Beidou system, which which will be used for city planning, and in return, the UK will provide China with an 8% tariff reduction, as well as priority in UK stops imports and exports. Moving on to the next policy, the UK shall implement a monitoring of Dublin using data that is shared and standardized in Dublin smart cities by 2030, overseen by the Greater London Authority. To do this, we shall take a page out of our most successful city, London, who has already established this monitoring system and can provide the blueprint for other cities looking to implement this system. The system would be very efficient to track growth across city region to ensure the development quality of our smart cities. Additionally, the UK shall establish an instrument to increase citizen involvement in city planning by 2025. The UK believes that the key to successful city planning is not just the government's contribution, but also the benefiction of our citizens. Thus, it would be detrimental for us to gain support from our people by developing tools to build a bridge between the government and our citizens. And last but not least, the UK encourages all G20 nations to allocate a small portion of the summit to discuss the future of smart cities and urban life in each nation. World leaders would shift their attention to smart cities for a very brief moment to discuss and exchange ideas all about smart cities. The G20 itself brings together the most important industrialized and developing economies to discuss international economic and financial stability. It is in our route to be discussing substances that matter. And what matters more than our future? The future of our nation. I am Jera, last to speak as the head of state of the UK, and I thank you for your attention.
Great, awesome job, heads of state. We'll now return to the head of state of Indonesia, who will present their policies.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
It is currently loading. Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, this is Barity and the head of state of Indonesia. And satellites are very important to country's information technology and development, national defense and security development. So my first policy is to build a national space administration promote the development of satellite construction. There are three parts. First, satellite communications are gradually achieving global coverage, and at the same time, its important role in government and army business fields, such as military communications, environmental data collection. And the second, the remote science satellites are artificial satellites used as the remote science platforms in outer space, which can cover the entire Earth or any designed area with a specific period of time. And the third, the navigation satellites can set out radio signals with stable frequencies, and users on the ground, sea, or air and space can achieve positioning their receiving signals and analyze navigation partners. And next, Italy and Indonesia has agreed to cooperate to build resources in each other countries. First of all, on the Indonesia island of Sumatra, the island is very advantageous at geographic location to the second most populous island to Indonesia, and it's a tropical rainforest climate. It is located on the Silk Road. Therefore, Indonesia intends to cooperate with Italy in Sumatra to develop the economy with the help of Italian labor and high technology, thereby promoting the construction of smart cities. At the same time, it also plans to build a resort in Sicily, Italy. Sicily is the most resource-rich island in Italy, but the unemployment rate is very high. So the cooperation with the two countries can provide enough labor and economic support on unemployment, boosting the development of smart cities. And in response to the situation raised in the classified, Indonesia has decided to calculate national information technology Thailand to set up a big department to social platform to conduct real-time monitoring. At the same time, there are three details to pay attention to. First, regularly to the public and the public in the information that the government can realize the protection of the public network security. And the second, build the relevant national educational instruction that train technological talent can cooperate of the resist network instructions. And last but not least, make up for citizens whose personal information has been violated in the time manner and construct in-depth investigations. And thank you.
Great, thank you, Head of State of Indonesia. Heads of State, those were fabulous. Give yourselves a round of applause. I'll give you a little party horn here. You've done a wonderful job thinking through all of the different challenges that urbanizations present, and we're now very excited to see what your ministers, what policies are supporting the summary that you gave us. So it's now a little bit before 8:20. We wrapped up slightly early, so great job on that as well for keeping within your time. So you'll have a 13-minute break until 8:30. Please do not leave this Zoom meeting and be back in front of your computers no later than 8:30 so you can select your breakout rooms and get started on time. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you back here in about 13 minutes.
Welcome, delegates. Welcome to Model G20 2021. We are very excited to welcome each of you, 400 participants from 20 plus countries around the world.
I'm Kyle from China. I'm in the grade 11 Guanabon High School.
I'm in Colombia.
From Mexico. I'm from Boulder, Colorado.
I love skiing and I've always wanted to go ski there.
In fact, 2 girls in our group who said that they wanted to read the mind of women.
Our teens made the enormously powerful choice to take action against climate change. Model G20 delegates brought their country's perspectives on climate shifts from all over the world. And with that 360-degree view of the problem, they determined how best to set the sun on climate change.
So, as Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications of Brazil, I will now present our policies and initiatives.
We will build more waterways because we are suitable for this mode of transportation.
Indonesia is at risk from many different types of environmental threats that have been made worse by the effects of climate change.
We only exist in relation to the rest of the natural world. And so they're trying to pull those apart and say this is person and this is everything else. The students had clearly understood what we were talking about and engaged with the material, and it was a good experience.
Asia's the place to be now, where things will start to happen. This was a picture from our. This is such a big opportunity area for you, the students, that you can all make a major difference, each one of you. We need the young people to rise up and get involved in a positive way. And when that happens, change starts to follow.
So the Most Outstanding Country Delegation Awards for Cohort A goes to Saudi Arabia and South Africa.
Thank you to my team and for every head of state.
Sometimes I feel there's struggle, but the result turned out great.
Second time participating, and it really feels different being a DC member.
Especially like the NOVA team, obviously, and I'm pretty sure there's like 400 of this, so that's extremely impressive.
For the sun, they mimic like an underachieving twin.
A man's form can be transformed with
Jumping on a train, but I don't let it get me.
Join Model G20 in our upcoming program, Our Future in 2050, Voyage Ahead. There, you'll work alongside your peers to fight climate change, work towards space exploration, prepare for smart city planning, and modernize global healthcare. This isn't the end, but it is a start.
I'm from Peru.
Hi everyone, this is Judy from Sichuan, Chengdu.
My name's Jacob Zhang. I'm a sophomore, and I've participated in the Model G20 2020 Virtual Summit.
I'm Tara Ostiani, and I've been doing Model G20 for 2 years now.
Hello everyone, I'm Austin. I was the Minister of Agriculture of the UK delegation group last year, and this year I'm returning as one of the decision committee.
The best thing about Model G20 are the international connections that you make with people from around the world. I remember at my first conference 2 years ago, I met people from Beijing, from Moscow, from Peru, all of which are people who I still discuss pressing matters such as climate change with.
Young people with ambitions tune in from all parts of the world and try to voice their opinions. I think it's inspirational.
Being in contact with people from different cultures and backgrounds allows us to appreciate others and ourselves more. Summits like Model G20 help us realize that beyond our differences, we're all just one big family.
Being part of the Model G20 is not only about learning global diplomacy or writing position paper.
Model G20 inspired me to consider becoming an ambassador, assisted me to learn new means for analyzing and discussing.
It allowed me to share and listen to new ideas, focusing about current global issues.
It's a chance to interact with peers from different cultures, to exchange ideas, thoughts, and make contributions with great mind.
And by discussing about all these issues with my peers during the summit, I was able to gain a lot of new perspectives, and it really opened up my thinking.
And Nova Academy is pushing our generation in the right direction by providing us with this global platform. And for that, I'm really grateful.
And I really want to thank the Model G20 staff and Nova Academy for making an online platform to form connections with people around the world as global citizens.
Space exploration may be humankind's greatest leap yet. Hello, my name is Ari Khatib Shahidi, and I am from Boston, Massachusetts, and an attendee of the British International School of Boston. Additionally, I am a proud ambassador, alumni, and delegate of Model G20. My generation grew up with the assumption that traveling to other planets was possible. We knew growing up it could be and has been done. Now we are the generation that could be the first astro tourists and first astro inhabitants. Space is an uncharted territory today, but tomorrow I might be figuring out how to chart the stars like they were landmarks on a road. I am an ambassador for Model G20. We are the silver lining that promises brighter times. We welcome you to join the community with us to explore a multi-planetary future together.
This pandemic has revealed many flaws of public health from all around the world, and even some of the governments that run them. My name is Florence Barias, and I'm a Model G20 ambassador. I believe a community has a major role in determining their own health. Of course, illnesses come and go, but basic human necessities such as access to food or clean water and even medical assistance that leaves us satisfied are all musts within our communities. If these basic needs cannot be guaranteed, then neither can the future. I'm an ambassador of Model G20, and I invite you to join this community so our voices as youth can be heard.
Hello everyone, I'm Alina in from Beijing, China. And today I'm gonna record my day during the pandemic situation and show you around my school. It's 7:20 a.m. now, and let's go. Here we are arriving at my school. As you could see, during the pandemic, there are staff standing here collecting students' health records. And we all
You have a very impressive group of young leaders in this cohort. Some of the quality of the questions were very impressive when I think about the age of the participants and but of course, at the same time, it's not that surprising, right? I mean, these are our young leaders, and in so many ways, their views and their perspectives are shaped by a world right now with incredible amount of diversity of information and access to information. And so I was both surprised and also very much a part of that conversation with the participants there. But when I think about some of the questions, particularly around economic policy and around specifics of governing and about the challenges that you face when governing, which is a very nuanced, very, very real challenge. the participants were keyed in. I mean, they completely understood and very much were a part of that level of conversation of people.
Houston, we have a problem.
So we're now hear presentations about giant leap towards Mars.
The chair now recognizes the delegation from China. You will have the floor for 1.5 minutes.
Now, as we look towards Mars, India plans to lead the same revolution in space.
Establishing a permanent colony of humans on Mars is not an option, it's a necessity.
Next, we will establish a Martian Mission Control Center to deal with any possible emergency occurrences with the astronauts.
Simulates Mars conditions at a 97% accuracy, then sending it to Mars for trial at least 2 times.
Then we plan to build a biodome using steel as frames and smart glass for the body of the infrastructure.
Okay, your time is up. Thanks.
Okay, it's now just past 8 o'clock. Let's get started. Welcome, everyone. My name is Alex Krasser.
Welcome. My name is Patricia Lozada.
My name's Victoria.
All right, guys, give me just 1 second and let's start our meet and greet. Just tell me 1 or 2 things you remember that you found interesting about another person in your breakout room.
I'm Amy. I'm also from Mexico City.
I come from the Philippines.
I'm in Chengdu, China. Ruby, she's so cool as she has already designed an app.
Patrick, he was in the basketball team.
Cherry, and she was going to learn 3D printing this summer.
To gauge, for example, the huge demand for masks, they were studying how to reuse these masks.
We went from launching one thing to having over 26,000 of these objects. If we want to extend humanity's exploration data as a species, we have to be able to do this stuff. I'm hoping that at least one of you is inspired to become a space environmentalist and take that on.
The skills that you displayed here are the skills that your generation will require through the collaborative work of reaching the stars.
And we will move on to the section I'm sure you all have been waiting for, the awards. These delegations have achieved the highest overall delegation scores in their ministerial presentation rooms. Argentina and South Africa. Exceptional ministerial delegate, space sector executive, goes to Taho Furukawa.
And thank you so much for my team, Germany.
All right, it's now 8:30. Welcome back. Let's get started with our ministerial presentations. So these are the rooms that you will be in for the next 2 hours and 20 minutes until 10:50 Eastern. Please move yourselves into the correct breakout room now, and we'll get started with the ministerial presentations. Deciding committee. If you're not sure which room you should enter, please review the list you received, or you can ask us and we will help. So yeah, go ahead and move into your rooms now. Room 1 will stay in this main room, so you don't have to go anywhere. I will be in room 1 with you. In rooms 2, 3, and 4, please go ahead and break out into your rooms now.
Could you please move me into room 1? I don't have the selection of the break room.
Room 1 is in this room with me.
Oh, okay.
Hi, so my breakout room function is currently not working, and I belong to I should be in room 3.
Room 3, yes. Hold on. Breakout room. All right, Sean, hold on. I'm getting you.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can you Could you move me into room 4? And I cannot see the option in the.
Yes, I'll be moving you to room 4. Just give me a second.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, do you know which room you're going?
Yeah, I'm going to room 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got it. So
Thank you.
Is there anyone else still in this room, room 1, who needs to be in a different room? In the meantime, Argentina, you can prepare to present, but don't hit share screen yet. I have a few things to go over first. But yes, our order will be Argentina, Brazil, China, a brief break, and then Germany and Indonesia. So Argentina, you'll be up first once we get going. Okay, the numbers seem to have stabilized. So is there anyone in this room? Please unmute yourself and say hello if you are still in room 1 and you need to be in a different room. Okay. Hearing nobody, I guess we'll get started. Okay, so I have posted our order in the Zoom chat. Again, we go Argentina, Brazil, China, Germany, and Indonesia. So let's get started with our ministerial presentations. So during these presentations, the head of state will act as the leader for their delegation and introduce each minister. They will also share their screen and move the slides for their delegates. Ministers, when presenting, to move the next slide, just say next slide and your head of state will advance the slide for you. So I will be the timekeeper for this room. I will say, minister, your time is up. When 2 minutes are done, you may lose points if you speak past this warning. Deciding committee, a friendly reminder. In your scoring sheet, make sure you open the tab with your name on it. You should only be typing in your scores on the tab with your name on it. And if you must complete inputting your scores before the next delegation begins, that way you can have them all done while they're fresh in your head and turned in by the end of day today. And then, of course, deciding committee, please remember, asking questions in the dissertation and defense portion is very important. So please get as many questions into the 6 minutes as you can. So again, each minister gets 2 minutes, and then dissertation and defense is 6 minutes total. So deciding committee, again, you should fill in all your final scores by the end of this meeting, and no later than 11 p.m. Eastern today, the end of our day. So I've already posted the presentation order in the chat, and then we're going to get started. So welcome to room 1. I'm going to stop sharing. So I will now call this ministerial press conference to order. We will take a brief break after our third country presents. In this room, that means China. So can the head of state of Argentina please share their screen and introduce their first minister? I will start speaking. I will start timing when the first minister starts speaking.
We are the representatives of Argentina, and we will now present the policies of the ministries of our nation. The first to present will be the Minister of Business and Development, Hyun-Man Woo.
And thank you. As Minister of Business and Development of Argentina, I present our policies and initiatives. Our first talk about a bilateral agreement with China for the future 15 years. To begin with, Argentina reduces tax rates by 5% on the existing basis and provides local labor for local Chinese companies. And through this policy, we can attract more Chinese industries to regenerate Argentina's economy and solve the unemployment problem. And moreover, Argentina reduces tariffs by 7% on the existing basis for China. And furthermore, China provides agricultural technology for Argentina. And finally, China increases 10% in import trade, especially for agricultural and livestock breeding products from Argentina. And through this policy, we can take the advantage of agriculture to deliver economic stability. And next slide, please. And this is the second policy, and Argentina should reduce the unemployment rate by 8% in 2035 by increasing the subsidies and providing planting technologies for farmers. And through this policy, we can solve the unemployment problems and increase agricultural output. Related to the third policy, we can focus on the output of local specialties such as beef, leather, dairy products, market tea, etc. Next, please. Next, please. And this is the third policy. Sorry. Yes, this is the third policy, and Argentina should increase export trade by 15% in 2035 by increasing the supports and subsidies for export trade enterprises. And through this policy, we can build a strong logistics system. And this is exactly what smart cities demand, and export more agricultural products as mentioned in the second policy to increase export trade so that we can reach a steady state economy. In addition, especially for market tea, we can use the celebrity effects such as letting local soccer player Messi, who is a big fan of market tea, promote this tea so that export trade can have a rise. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Minister of Public and Community Health, Ding Shui-wen, will present.
Minister, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Is the Minister of Public and Community Health here?
I think we might have disconnected. It probably is Wi-Fi issues. Would it be fine if she presents later at the end?
Yes. Yeah, so go ahead and move on to the next minister.
Okay. Now the Minister of Housing and Urban Life, Bella, will present.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I present there's housing problem caused by the gap between the rich and poor in Argentina. So our country has recently discussed two policies with Brazil, which also has the problem. First one is subsidize residents to buy houses or build houses through interest-free and low-interest loans to meet the minimal housing needs of some low-income families. Second one is set out intelligent container for refugees in 1 or 2 years. So the refugees problem by continue to collect the data of refugees who have lived in them, and then carry out corresponding economic assistance. The goal is to solve the housing problem of nearly 15% of poor families in 10 to 20 years. At the same time, our country also has the problem of high unemployment rate. So our country has formulated a separate policy to cultivate industries and increase employment by changing the urban structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Minister of Science and New Technologies, Ainsley Brown, will present.
Thank you. The increasing and ever-expanding threat of climate change demands for countries to step up and work together. To meet this demand, Argentina has worked alongside the delegations of South Korea, the UK, China, and Japan to create floating wind farms and tidal generators. The energy plants are created to generate approximately 4,824,000 kilowatts per year of wind power and 552 million kilowatts per year of tidal energy. Another intended goal of this policy is to increase employment for highly skilled and skilled workers in the construction, installation, transportation, and use of these plants. We intend to build and install these plants in 5 countries in 5 years. Next slide. Argentina has created a bilateral policy between Argentina and Mexico to upgrade slums. Slum upgrading is a long process, but we intend to focus on upgrading the safety and sustainability of slums by implementing solar power, geothermal power, plumbing, and HVAC systems into slums, providing renewable energy, clean and safe living conditions, and jobs for highly skilled and skilled laborers. We intend to upgrade slums in major cities in Argentina and Mexico in 25 years. Next slide. Our first domestic policy is to provide reliable Wi-Fi and technical support for low-income families at consistent locations so that all people have access to education and information so that they can better their lives. Argentina also intends to encourage digital learning in low-income families by creating subsidies on devices used for furthering education. Within 1 year, Argentina will provide free and safe Wi-Fi hotspots and create subsidies on electronics. Our second domestic policy is to create a qualification exam in order to increase education and number of STEM workers. Argentina will create nationally recognized standards in the field of STEM education. Argentina is implementing this exam to standardize the workforce and encourage others seeking higher education. This will increase STEM education and help bring a new workforce for important renewable energy projects, such as wind turbines, tidal generators, and solar power. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Minister of Education, Ye-won Lee, will present.
Thank you. As Minister of Education of Argentina, I will present our policies and initiatives. In order to achieve our second national goal, I plan to lower the dropout rate of tertiary education in Argentina to 40% by 2050. To provide motivation for students to finish their education, Argentina would raise standards for the occupations that require professional skills or knowledge, which does not require any qualification currently. This will urge students to complete their education to be qualified for professional jobs. Also, to encourage a productive student life, Argentina and Brazil will open an annual forum that allows students themselves to be a part of the development of their education system. Next slide, please. Next, Argentina plans to lower the percentage of youth who are neither employed nor in education to under 10% by 2050. Argentina will increase the number of employment offices up to 812 by 2030, especially in the countryside where it lacks employment offices. Argentina will also build up a network system with 4 other countries that allows individuals to access educational resources and provide connections between volunteer educators and people who cannot go to school in order to let them receive a quality education. Next slide, please. Last but not least, Argentina will increase the budget spending on education to 6% until 2030. This includes raising teacher salaries closer to the median salary of Argentina, which can also be a motivation for both teachers and students to contribute themselves to education. And for the students from low-income families who are having problems due to lack of technical support, Argentina will provide subsidies for them to purchase electronic devices for their online classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Minister of Energy, Lee Fei-young, will present.
Thank you. As the Minister of Energy, we have made several policies. And the first one is the multilateral policies with the 14 countries in G20. And those countries agreed to set a department that improves efficiency and application of renewable energy, especially for the hydrogen energy. And there are several actions. The first is dispatching experts for cooperation, holding committee annually, and exchanging information on hydrogen policies, regulation standards to expand supply and demand for hydrogen. And the second is to build an international supply chain for hydrogen, including development of hydrogen production technology, hydrogen production and transportation. And the third thing to do is to set up a shared data bank and holding public provide workshops on hydrogen about development of transport and liquefaction technologies, hydropower project, etc. And the first thing to do is to strengthen the use of hydrogen in traditional refining and chemical production. By 2035, the countries in agreements will achieve an increase of 9% in hydrogen energy. And the second policy is to install new energy equipment accounting for at least 8% of the total area in the city and 50% in rural areas by 2030, which means the proportion of photovoltaic power generation installed in the total roof area of public buildings such as schools and hospitals should not be less than 40. And in the total roof area of industrial and chemical plants should not be less than 30%. And in the total rural roof area of rural residents should not be less than 60%. And the third policy is to complete the construction of at least 2 nuclear power plants and 2,000 kilometers industrial photovoltaic power generation equipment by 2050, which means we need a 25 increase in total installed capacity, which is currently 5,181.74 MW, and we need to reduce the proportion of traditional energy power generation to 55%, which is currently 63.6%. Thank you.
Now the Minister of City Revenue and Finance, Tu Shen-Wang, will present.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Minister of City Revenue and Finance. So our first policy is Argentina needs to stick to developing new industries such as electronics and photoelectric sector to integrate itself into global supply chains. So first, we have to increase our funding in those industries, like 20% increase. And second, we have to cooperate with other countries who have a sophisticated industry chain like USA and EU. Next slide, please. So second policy is Argentina should exchange more high quality agriculture and mining products to attract more foreign capital. So if you have more money, Argentina will also have more startup capital to develop its own industries and strengths. So first, we should increase our crop yields back to pre-pandemic levels. Now we are like 30% less than the pre-pandemic levels. And second, we should cooperate with some countries who had a certain demand for food and relatively open economic policy. Next slide, please. So the last policy is Argentina needs to make some tax cuts. Taxes are leave the agriculture industry and even household goods countries. If taxes can be lowered, people will have more disposable income and country's financial situation will become better and better. So first, the government should make more daily products that can enough to buy. So they should also encourage customers to spend their money. And second, Argentina should cooperate with other countries that can make trade agreements with both consumption and GDP. Thank you.
Now the Minister of Public and Community Health, Ding Shui-wen, will present.
Thank you. As Minister of Public and Community Health of Argentina, I will present our policies and initiatives. Our first multilateral policy is to collaborate with France, South Africa, China, the United Kingdom, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Germany, Turkey, India, and Mexico to share certain types of medical facilities, techniques, and promoting further communication of experts between hospitals among member countries. On account of the COVID-19 pandemic still growing, this policy also aims to solve the shortage of vaccines in different countries. The second multilateral policy will focus on the establishment of online platform to help people live in a smart city better. Doctors from different countries can use this platform and have certain freedom of speech or give medical advice for those who can't have immediate access to medical services. Next slide, please. Then comes the first domestic policy. To reduce the funding of medical supplies by 20% and transfer them to the establishment of basic medical institutions in each province. As currently there are no strings attached to these money transfers from federal to provincial levels, and the provinces take these money flows for granted. So we readjust and decentralize medical assistance in the provinces according to the proportion of poor population in each province. And we aim to achieve free medical treatment to local people by 2030. The last one is to take 10% of the taxes paid to the social organization and paid into a national reserve fund for some natural disaster emergencies from this year. Consider that Argentina is a country which floods occur frequently, be it a public fund to ensure smooth reconstruction of infrastructure and rapid recovery of people's lives. Meanwhile, we set up a supervision team to conduct real-time monitoring and focus on the flow of funds by using the online platform, making the whole process more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation. We are now ready to answer any questions from the deciding committee.
All right, great job, Argentina. Deciding committee, we'd love to have your questions. Yeah, Matthias, go ahead.
Thank you. First question, and this one goes to the science minister. You talked about providing Wi-Fi to poor families. Can you go back to that slide, please? Yes, that one. Thank you. You're going to provide reliable and Wi-Fi and technical support for low-income families. How are you going to provide Wi-Fi to families that have never in their life dealt with Wi-Fi before? I mean, how are you going to make this change? Well, not how are you going to make this drastic change? That's my first question, and there's another one if you permit me to make it after.
We'll do one at a time from DC members. So I believe, Henry, you're up next, and then we'll come back to you, Matthias.
Thanks.
That works in conjunction with our slum upgrading policy. So we intend to, over time, get our slums upgrading by getting renewable energies, by making them safe and sustainable areas. And so once we have that established, it'll be much easier to transition to Wi-Fi. That lower income family, that was not addressed specifically to people who don't have internet access, but to people who are in the lower socioeconomic status versus living in slums. Does that help?
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, great. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask the Minister of the Housing and Urban Life. So you mentioned like since there's a refugee problems, so you said to build up a container or sort of those stuff, and like I'm gonna ask, how does it like specifically help Argentina to help to get away of this refugee problems in 1 or 2 years? Because you kind of didn't mention it.
The head of state or other members of the Argentinian delegation can also chime in if they have a response. Henry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. So like since there is like refugee problems, and you said to build up a containers, like how does this specifically help Argentina to get away from this refugee problems in 1 or 2 years?
Would anyone from Argentina like to respond?
May you repeat the question again? You're kind of glitching in and out for me.
Sure. So I'm gonna ask, since like there is refugee problems, and you said to build up a containers, so how does this specifically help Argentina to get away from this refugee problem?
I believe it's a temporary fix while we work on upgrading our economy and providing jobs to those refugees. It's more of a temporary solution so we don't actively hurt anyone who's coming to our borders, and we buy time so that we can actually get them involved in our economy, get them jobs, and get them housing.
Great, thank you. Manvi, go ahead, and then Matthias will come back to you.
I have the question for the Ministry of Education. You said that you want to raise standards for jobs, but that could also mean people settling for lower jobs. So how are you going to prevent people from doing that?
Sorry, could you repeat that question one more time?
You said that you want to raise the standards for people's jobs, but that could also mean people settling for lower paying jobs or just lower jobs. How are you going to prevent that from happening?
Well, even though people might get interested getting or being settled in lower jobs, but the occupations that require professional jobs definitely provides like much more salaries than the lower jobs do. So I think people who wants to or who wishes to like make more money and support their family, I'm sure they will be able to like try hard or study hard for in order to achieve the qualification for the professional occupations.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, Matthias, you had a second one?
Yes, thank you. This question goes to the City Revenue and Finance Minister. On your first policy, thank you. On your first policy, you spoke about increasing your funding on industries like electronics and photoelectric sectors. How specifically are you going to increase that 20%? I didn't quite got that information.
Well, because nowadays Argentina's such industries are not developed very well. It's like out of the world. So maybe but I know that Argentina set some some research on some places in Argentina, some cities. So these cities will have good policies to attract more people come and to develop those industries. So I saw there's some data shows that the funding to these industries are increased. So I believe that maybe like 5 years or 10 years later, Argentina can have a not very good, but there's complete industries of like electronics or photoelectric.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Okay, and that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you, deciding committee, and thank you, Argentina. The next country, Brazil, may now begin. Can the head of state of Brazil share your slides?
Sure thing, Alex. Just give me 1 second to get it up and then we can be right on the way. Okay, am I clear to start?
Yes, you are. Do you want to go full screen?
I'm not really sure how to do that on this like device.
Is it not just in play?
Try enter full screen there, yeah.
Well, the thing is, if I do full screen, like I can't make the introductions for each next minister. I can't because I have to have some other things up. So, okay. I guess I'll just get started. We are the representatives of Brazil, and we will now present the policies of the ministries of our nation. So the first to present will be our Minister of Business and Development, Emiliano.
Thank you, Noah. As Minister of Business and Development of Brazil, I will present our policies and initiatives, starting by giving a quick overview of my policies. Well, the first one will be revitalize micro and small enterprises through the digitalization and subsidies. This will be done through an e-commerce platform for micro and small enterprises and providing micro businesses with the potential to grow cash flow-based lending programs. This means giving incentives not on how much money you're making, but on how much money we estimate you'll make in the future. The next one, incentivize medium and large scale open. Oh, sorry, it was not policy. Can you? Yeah. Incentivize medium and large scale operations transition into smart technologies and environmentally friendly energy sources by establishing a carbon tax starting at 5 per ton and capping at $100 per ton by 2030. And last, decrease electricity costs generated by clean energy sources by 5%, plus an additional 5% during the first 5 years. Next slide, please. Well, my policies. Develop Campinas as a business hotspot. Campinas is a city an hour away from Sao Paulo and a potential business hotspot. And how we pretend to develop Campinas will be for reduced taxation for 3 years and 5 years for ESGs that decide to headquarter at Campinas. We also work on a biennial international fair promoting smart technologies within the city. And for foreign investment sciences, we work alongside the Republic of Germany to increase the total exploitation of some specific products such as copper, textiles, and other minerals 5% annually, and in exchange of reducing corporate income tax by 7% for ESGs, German ESGs that decide to establish within Brazil. Next, please. And finally, to address the crisis, the cybersecurity crisis, we generated structured response plans regarding business data breaches with a centralized response task and response force across all sectors against security breaches. So, because the current cybersecurity governance in Brazil is not centralized and therefore is pretty slow and pretty ineffective. And we also like to improve communication between the public sector. Thank you.
Minister of Business and Development, thank you. Now we'll be moving on to the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, Clara.
Yes, thank you. As the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, I will present the policies and initiatives. In response to the goal of improving the intelligence, efficiency, and durability of the infrastructures, the ministry emphasized the long-term conservation on at least 90% of the existing roads, including current maintenance and repair. Other than that, building smart infrastructure on a large scale. The second, to create links between slums and modern city centers, make the residents access to key public places with better public services in cities and break the communication barriers between the slums and city communities. Sorry, is the first page of this PPT. So, yeah. Okay, we aim at protecting safety of citizens and transportation system from cyber hacking, from blockchain construction. This is supported by smart infrastructure construction as the second policy mentioned. So next slide, please. Next, since Brazilian cities generally suffer from high level of traffic congestion, natural disasters, Brazil has signed an international agreement with China, France, India, Italy, and South Korea in creating digital network above the physical traffic landscape with drone monitoring system detecting accidents and do early warnings. Brazil contributes to technology of streaming traffic webcams. Next slide, please. Brazil looks forward to a 5 to 8 years win-win cooperation with Germany in new energy transmission facility, research, and construction. Brazil encourages workers with rich experience and excellent students to support this work in Germany, together with knowledge sharing in this field and also information providing of suitable location of infrastructure. We aim at replacing 8 to 10% of replacement fossil fuel energy. Thank you.
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, thank you. Now, the Minister of Public and Community Health, Miranda, will present.
Thank you. As Minister of Public and Community Health of Brazil, I will present our policies and initiatives. My presentation will be divided into two modules, domestic policy and international policy. Let's get started. As can be seen from the first picture, Brazil has the problem of uneven distribution of water resources. In order to solve this, the Brazilian government will introduce a Water Resource Protection Act. In agriculture and industry, the Brazilian government will adopt a water quota system. Water prices will be raised and agricultural irrigation will use wastewater. For individuals, the government will encourage people to learn about water conservation. As can be seen from the second picture, the Brazilian government will make adjustments to areas with serious water pollution. Environmental protection is also an important part of smart cities. Next, the epidemic situation in Brazil is not optimistic. As can be seen from the table, Brazil is the third country with the highest number of confirmed new crowns in the world and has a high mortality rate. At present, the number of confirmed cases in Brazil is still on the rise. Therefore, in the first multilateral policy, Brazil will solve the problem of medical supplies and vaccines. In the second multilateral policy, the Brazilian government promotes the building of a smart city by building an online medical platform. Before I introduce this bilateral policy, before I introduce this bilateral policy, let's take a look at the picture. From the first picture, we can see that the epidemic situation in the Sao Paulo is very serious. The second picture reflects the uneven distribution of medical resources in Brazil. Therefore, the Brazilian government proposed the joint hospital policy, which is committed to alleviating the uneven distribution of medical resources and curbing the epidemic. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miranda. Next to present will be our Minister of Science and New Technologies, Claire.
Thank you.
As the Minister of Science and New Technologies of Brazil, I will present our policies. Currently, Brazil has the problem of over-exploiting its resources and polluting in the process of exploitation. As a multilateral agreement, Brazil will work with China and India to develop digital models which can simulate the process of resource exploitation or other projects ahead of time. It can realize the process of optimization and intelligent control so as to improve the level of automatic control, efficiency, and reduce management costs, creating a livable city. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
I had already changed the slide.
Oh, okay. At present, there are less than 10,000 professionals engaged in biotechnology research and development in Brazil, which is obviously insufficient compared with the demand for talents in biotechnology. According to the report, Brazil's economic crisis in 2015 severely affected the disbursement of research funds. Due to economic growth, the government should allocate more funds on medical development against COVID-19, guaranteeing the salaries for experts. Next slide, please. All right, in Brazil, only 39% of urban sewage has been effectively treated. The increasingly serious water pollution directly threatens the safe water drinking. So we need to continue to increasing the availability of sewage treatment, ensuring the safety of drinking water and the irrigation for Amazon rainforest and farmland in Brazil, leading to the result of protecting both climate and people, creating smart cities. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Next to present will be David, our Minister of Housing and Urban Life.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm the Minister of Housing and Urban Life. As the Minister of Housing and Urban Life, so my first policy is about providing basic material conditions for poor people. This policy, I have the communication with the Argentina's Minister of Housing and Urban Life. So set up intelligent container for poor people in 1 or 2 years. Solve this problem by using containers to collect the data of poor people who have lived in them, and then carry out corresponding economic assistance. Next page, thanks. The second policy is about the housing safety. Set up sensors with face recognition in people's home. We will introduce relevant technology from China and provide alarm to police. So if your house has some accident, you can call the police and the police will arrive within 1 kilo of you. Next page, thanks. So how we address housing? That's a very important problem in the Brazil's housing. We have the cooperation with France and Argentina. So this problem of housing in urban areas through interest-free or low-interest loans subsidize residents to buy houses or build houses through interest-free or low-interest loans to meet the housing needs of some low-income families. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Next up to speak will be our Minister of Education, Siyun.
Okay, thank you. Minister of Education of Brazil, I will present our policies and initiative. First of all, the Minister of Education focused on increasing the attendance rate. So for the policies, we provide the student subsidies to students who apply, give them 800 raise to their family so that they can make a teenage household to study in the school. Also, it has, and next slide please. And second, make a kind of technology class curriculum so that may school teach major subject in the morning and techniques in the afternoon to help them later after graduation. Furthermore, we are looking at other policies that students become factory worker after graduation under the condition of collaborating with some factory to provide them with some internship that student can actually work for. And next slide, please. And lastly, adapting the AI for administrative affairs so that teacher can focus on student more deeply and customize counseling to make student attend school more. And for the international policies, we collaborate with Argentina to make annual forum that allows students to be involved in their advancement of education system. Also, we collaborate with Argentina, Mexico, Russia, Indonesia, and Canada to build a network system. Create the network system with a volunteer educator and resource assist individual so that freely sharing the education resource with each other. Also building the education network system with those countries that allow volunteer educator to connect with people in need and help them to study. And this were all about my policies. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Siyun. And next to present for us will be our Minister of Industry, Adrian.
Thank you. As the Minister of Industry, I'm going to present my policies. Next page, please. Since the primary stage of industry, extracting natural resources is unstable and can provide much income for most of the citizens, our goal is to start shifting into secondary industries, processing natural resources. However, we lack technology, so we have built a multilateral agreement with the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, Saudi Arabia, India, South Korea, and us, Brazil, trading technology and resources. And our goal is to improve every country's industry by exchanging what we have and what we don't. Next page, please. Since the biggest problem of smart city is cyber terrorism, which just happened last week in our country. To prevent cyber terrorism from happening again, we decided to build a strong network that connects all government-built technologies for smart city together. We promise this won't happen again to our country and the citizens' personal information will be safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Adrian. And then finally for us to present is our Minister of City Revenue and Finance, Henry.
Everyone, hola and obrigado. As being a Minister of City Revenue and Finance, in my opinion, cities with good urban planning must have enlightened monetary policy and taxation policy. Therefore, under the COVID-19 pandemic, we adjust the reduction of the corporate income tax. It was planned to be reduced from 12.5% to 10% in 2003, but due to the inflationary spike aggravated by COVID-19, we are now reduced to only 12% and remains the same till 2027. Next page, please. Moreover, in order to ensure economic recovery and future construction in the city, we adjust the current the amount of paid of the social welfare program to 300 real for national development purpose. Moreover, we will decrease the benchmark lending rate from 7.75% to 6.75% in 2003 because we have risen it from 6.25% to 7.75% last year, which is an astonishing number. Next slide, please. Last but not least, we also sign a multilateral policy with a series of countries. We will launch a global organization called Colorful World to support diverse communities. Ethnic groups all over the world can benefit from this. We are going to have more cross-border projects and financial cooperation in cross-cultural exchanges. All members in a colorful world will need to achieve cultural cooperation, and we will create more opportunities for business and financial support and projects with each other. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, everyone. That concludes our ministerial presentations, and we are now ready to answer any questions from the deciding committee. Let me exit on out first, though.
All right, Matthias, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question for the Minister of Business. You said in your first policy that you are going to develop Campinas. How are you going to achieve this, and why is Campinas important to Brazil?
Right. Thank you for asking. Great question. Well, I'll start answering why Campinas is important. It's an important city because it is really close to Sao Paulo, one of the biggest metropolises in the country, and also while also being a medium-sized city, which is perfect for creating and expanding on it. And how are we just going to develop Campinas? We here it is. Right. We want to stimulate the ESGs. If someone is not familiar with the term, it means environmental sustainable governance. It's pretty much a criteria used when investing in the city, providing incentives to stimulate business activity. These ESGs will have access to extended benefits than normal businesses to attract more of them. And in addition, a biennial fair will be centered around smart technologies. It's to be celebrated in the city to promote sustainability and smart technologies. I hope that answered your question.
It did answer my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have another question from the deciding committee?
I have a question for the Minister of City Revenue and Finance. So what exactly do you mean by to decrease the lending rates from 7.75% to 6.75%? Because like you provided a lot of statistics, but I don't really get like this part to decrease the lending rates. Like what exactly will you do to confront this problem?
Okay, so the reason behind this policy is kind of like to deal with the problem that has always been surrounding Brazil, which is inflationary spike, and therefore we hope what we did last year is that we increased the benchmark lending rate in order to try to solve this problem. But then the things turns the opposite because we didn't solve this problem and the economy didn't recover as we expected. Therefore, we decided to change the strategy and to we would, and we are confident that we could if we decreased the rate and the economy might be able to recover during the COVID-19. I hope this answers your question. Sorry for my.
Sure, thanks.
All right, great. Can we have our next question from the deciding committee? Matthias, go ahead.
Thank you. This question is for the Transportation Ministry. You said something about CITS. How does exactly this work? Because I don't think you explained it very well on your presentation.
Excuse me, could you please pardon the keyword of this? What is CAT?
Yes, you in your policies, you said that you are going to implement something called CITS, if I'm not mistaken. How exactly does this work? I couldn't get it right.
The CITS means Cooperated Intelligence Transfer System. Yeah, and this is a multilateral agreement with a few other countries, and it's a kind of digital network construction above the traffic landscape, which means we use some smart poles and drones to have the foreign monetary system and use the 5G to transpose these to the main pole, and and this can help detect some accidents on the road, and also something like the natural disasters, some early warnings, and also help reporting the traffic density. So that will really help with improving efficiency and remind the drivers who are going to drive to the roads. So that's what the cooperative intelligence transport system is.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you.
All right, I think we have time for one more question from the deciding committee. Okay, if we have no further questions, we will move on. Thank you, Brazil. This ends your ministerial presentation. Good work. Okay, next up, we will be hearing from the delegation from China. So if the head of state of China could please share their screen and introduce their first minister, we'll get going.
Okay, thank you. Is it visible?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, show you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we are the representatives of People's Republic of China, and we will now present the policies and ministries of our nation. So the first to present will be the Minister of Business and Development, Hecate.
Okay, and as the limited time, here are only 3 policies I want to present today. The first is a bilateral policy with the United Kingdom. UK and China shall increase each nation's GDP by 5% every year to fund the development of our smart cities by the following. China will provide the UK with the Beidou system, which includes 3 GEO satellites, 3 IGSO satellites, and 24 MEO satellites. The navigating and positioning technology will be used for city planning. Beidou will also be used to design and enhance community public safety. And in return, the UK will provide China with an 8% tariff reduction as well as priority in UK's top imports and exports. And second is the policy with the European Union. The EU and China have reached a preliminary agreement on lowering import prices of products in the digital infrastructure sector and on mutually beneficial trade in multiple areas. The EU is going to fund the academic collaboration with China in different fields in programs in Europe. The EU is actively seeking a wider tourism market. China agrees to conduct in-depth cooperation with EU in tourism. Yes, yeah, I found that it didn't move the slides. Yes, and please move the next slides. Yeah, and the multilateral policy as the last. China agreed to establish a foundation with South Korea, Saudi Arabia, Australia, and Japan to invest in and support the development of the new energy industry. At the same time, the chairman of the foundation changes every 5 years and is elected by the representatives of these 5 countries. We believe that the foundation can contribute to the development of new energy in the 5 countries, as well as promote the coverage of the smarter cities in the future. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we will have the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, Karen, will present.
Is my audio working?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. As the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure of China, I will present our policies and initiatives. First of all, we formed a multilateral project with Brazil, France, India, Italy, and South Korea. We agreed to create a smart transportation system to reduce traffic congestion by using CITS services by 2030, ensuring all capital cities have a smart transportation system. It consists of digital layers based on V2I and V2V communication implemented in 5G technology through drones and smart poles. This will help reduce traffic jams by a minimum of around 30 to 40%. Next slide, please. The next one is a bilateral policy with India. The countries agreed to proceed with trade in which China will renew 10,000 kilometers of old railways, as well as road construction in rural areas in India. And India will in turn supply China with 90,000 kilometers of sewage pipes to extend our sewage system by 2030. This will improve the city pipe network, adapting it to the growing population, and it'll also lower unemployment rate by creating job opportunities. The third one is a domestic policy of increasing the number of EV charging stations by 40% around the nation. Currently, 20% of the existing vehicles in the nation are electrically powered, and this policy will make the EV more convenient and thus encouraging the switch to EV. We will extend this throughout the region, especially in rural areas. Next slide, please. Last but not least, we formed a bilateral agreement with the US. We agreed to cooperate to reduce air pollution through implementing pollution monitors to city infrastructure. We will use communication made through smart city networks to generate air quality data by integrating both nations' technology. We will also use artificial intelligence to plan routes for the cleaning team, reducing gas emissions by 20 to 30%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now we will have our Minister of Public and Community Health, Jerry.
Thank you. Next slide. For the first policy, China came to an agreement with 12 other countries on sharing medical facilities, techniques, and promoting further communication of experts between hospitals among member countries. China has advanced medical technology, including vaccines, drugs, and medical staff. Out of all the vaccines, half of those are manufactured and produced by Chinese companies. Therefore, China can export a surplus of vaccines to help and aid other countries. Next slide, please. China imported a total value of about $24 billion worth of medical technology equipment in the 6 months of 2021. This is a 25% increase in imported goods compared to the previous years. China was hoping that with the multilateral policy, other countries would provide China with the medical equipment we need. Next slide, please. For the second policy, China will be promoting renewable energy and make 50% of all factories use renewable resources before 2050. In 2021, the average reading of PM 2.5 reached 33 micrograms per cubic meter in Beijing. This is a 13% decrease compared to the previous years. However, the annual reading of 33 micrograms is still much higher than the recommended World Health Organization level of 5 micrograms. To solve this problem, China decided to force companies to use renewable resources like solar energy and abandon the usage of burning fossil fuels. The UCS estimates that powering the equivalent of 10,000 homes with renewable resource rather than coal would reduce nitrogen oxide emission by 1,900 tons per year, sulfur dioxide emission by 3,900 tons per year, and particulate pollution by 5,200 tons per year. We hope that converting to renewable resources would minimize the amount of harmful substances released into air and reduce air pollution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now the Minister of Science and New Technologies, Lily, for President.
Hey, hello, I'm going to introduce two policies about the science and new technologies. The first one is about cybersecurity, and the countries are European Union, China, Russia, Turkey, India, Mexico, and Saudi Arabia. This agreement is internationally urgent and supported the accession of an sovereign states that wishes to participate. And our solutions includes four areas. The first is strengthen and improve cybersecurity threat intelligence sharing and analyze capabilities. And because cybersecurity threat intelligence is more decentralized than traditional national security threat intelligence, so based on the global strategy for cybersecurity, effective measures should be taken to encourage countries or regions, organizations, or institutions to act in concert. Next is to establish a strong international joint law enforcement agency of cybersecurity. The International Joint Law Enforcement System of Cybersecurity should be established within the framework of the United Nations, based on the impartial international law of cyber. And cybersecurity and based on facts, opposing groundless accusation of political purposes and the abuse of domestic laws to arbitrarily interfere in and impose sanctions on other countries' apps international affairs. Next slide, please.
Minister, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now the Minister of Housing and Urban Life, Jessica, will present.
Hello, everyone. This is Minister of Housing and Urban Life from China. We mainly have 2 domestic policies and 2 international policies, including a bilateral one and a multilateral one. According to the graph on the right side, the expected price of house in China is higher and higher each year. As a result, individuals will find it so hard to live in a developed city. So, our first policy is promoting urban development and increase more available spaces by building on low-rent housing, promulgating policies forbidding real estate speculations, and levying property taxes on housing. Next slide, please. Besides, we are willing to build on smart cities and urban life. We want to identify and manage risks in smart cities, address pollution and carbon problems, and maintain industrial and supply chain security. Next. Finally, we have bilateral policy with Indonesia. Indonesia is a disaster-prone country where China can offer lots of infrastructure construction experiences. And Indonesia will provide coal and other metal resources in return because China's productivity is heavily restricted by these resources. And 5 countries will work together to build a smart home city together. While Mexico provides raw materials and labor, China provides experiences of building infrastructures and basic home. Other countries will all work together to provide the best technology of smart home. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And now the Minister of Education, Chloe, will present.
Thank you. As Minister of Education of China, I will present our policies and initiatives. On the left is my ministerial goals. My first policy is to equal access to quality education. That is to increase investment in school build, to cultivate more high-quality teachers, and to ensure that every child, rich or poor, has the right to an education. Next, please. My second policy is a multilateral policy. Establish a 4-country university alliance. We decided to improve the chance of visa approval, increase opportunities for students to go abroad for exchange, start special education programs in other countries. And due to the epidemic, in order to reduce the spread of virus, online teaching has developed rapidly. Because of this, we decided to establish online courses between countries during the epidemic, such as technology education, and share academic information. Next, please. The last one is to build smart campus or smart classroom. That is to intelligentize more than 80% student information management within 3 years and combine online and offline education. Use big data to customize learning methods and tasks for each student. Big data will reshape learning through data-based learning processes in 3 important ways. First, through real-time feedback. Second, make the educational experience individual. Third, probability prediction is used to optimize students' learning. These changes are coming through a combination of facts, such as learning from the data that harvest from students' actions and predict the likely future performance of individual students. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now, Minister of Energy, Fernando, will present.
Thank you. As the Minister of Energy from China, I will present our policies and initiatives. My ministerial goals are: number 1, increase exponentially the use of clean energy in China. And number 2, Replace the use of non-renewable energies in China's industries and cities to reduce the environmental impact. To accomplish this, we will propose the following policies. Number 1, through a multilateral agreement between the countries appearing in this slide, create wind farms and tidal generators to increase the use of renewable energies at an exponential rate, generating the amount of energy stated in the presentation. Also, to create jobs to people in charge of their construction and installation in a time frame of 5 years designated to manufacturing and installing. Next, please. Number 2, in a bilateral agreement between Japan and China, there will be a financial trade to exchange solar cell technology and resources for the large-scale construction of solar photovoltaic panels that will aim to widen the solar power generation by 14% bilaterally by 2050. Number 3 is to reduce non-renewable energies in the copper mining industry, one of the biggest in the country. The use of renewable sourcing will decrease air pollution and costs. To achieve it, the use of clean energies will be mandatory for companies of these industries. The use of these energies can reduce about 80% of carbon emissions compared to fossil fuels. Next, please. Number 4 is that in a multilateral policy between the countries shown in the slide, we have agreed to create a department focused on hydrogen energy to improve its application and efficiency, where scientists from the countries involved will focus on developing new technologies to increase the energy's use in daily needs, like in cars, electrodes, electrolytes, and traditional refining. The goal is to increase through research a 10% in development and use of hydrogen for smart cities by 2035. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we will welcome our Minister of Industry, Reese. Yeah.
All right. Hi. As the Minister of Industry for China, I'm going to present these policies. So my first policy I propose is the recycling of precious materials such as copper and iron. Copper is really one of the biggest industries, copper mining, but the ground is slowly running out of copper. So what I propose is to take copper and other metals from old manufactured goods and melt them down and create new stuff with them. We plan to increase the amount of recycled metals to 50% by 2050. And this will also create new job opportunities for people because we need someone to melt the copper and recycle it. Next slide, please. My second policy is a trade with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the current second biggest supplier of crude oil for China, and China doesn't produce much crude oil itself. So while we are trying to get new renewable energy, we can't convert to that as quickly as we'd like to. So we do need crude oil. So the government of Saudi Arabia will provide a 10% increase in petroleum exported to China. And for that, China will provide a matching percent in smart technology, city technology to help them develop their cities, and broadcasting equipment. Next slide, please. And a bilateral agreement with Australia is a trading of mining materials so that we can make more equipment. And Australia will increase the export of mining materials to China by 2 to 3%, and the government of China will increase the export of technology and broadcasting equipment by 1% to Australia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes our presentations. And we are now ready to answer any questions from the deciding committee. Thank you.
Yes, Manvi, go ahead.
The question is for the Minister of Science and Technology. In your presentation, you've mentioned establishing a new internet language, but you didn't have the time to elaborate on that. So would you like to do it now?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your presentation, you've mentioned establishing a new internet language. So could you elaborate on how you're going to do it?
The international language is based on the exciting internet language. So, maybe we will just ensure like ensure like a worldwide language as the international official internet language. Yes.
Just add something. We know that there's like the C or Java or something Python like these are the information language for the typing or something. But that's a core of the systems. So what we're gonna do is to district the things through this brand new language. Like we can code something into as a chain or retrieving the streets or something. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Matthias, go ahead.
Thank you. This question goes for the Minister of Industry. In your presentation, you spoke about recycling metals. How are you planning to use these recycled metals, and why is this important to China? Why is recycling metals important to China?
Well, China uses a lot of metals in everything it produces, like technology, and everyone in the world is running out. So, if we can reuse those metals, then we can just keep having a supply of what we need to export stuff to the world.
Thank you. That answers my question.
All right, Henry, and then Isaac.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask the Minister of Public and Community Health. So you stated like two emissions and particulate pollutions to help to fix this problem, to help to fix these problems. So how is like this plan help to improve citizens or like community health, and like what action can public or industry take to confront this problem?
Okay, so for your first question, like changing to renewable energy, reduces the amount of harmful substances that is emitted into the air, and then this can just like reduce pollution. And for your other question, how does it help the citizens? Well, from the chart, we can see like 1.87 million people are killed by pollution annually, and by reducing pollution, like less people get killed. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. Thanks.
Okay.
All right, Isaac, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question to the Minister of Education about your policy about transitioning to a smart campus and classroom. I wanted to know if you anticipated any issues transitioning to smart campus and classroom for students, and how you might address any issues that might come up making a smooth transition.
Sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Sure. Do you think there will be any problems transitioning to smart campus and classroom and to use these different learning methods for each student?
Yeah, of course there's might be questions, but might be problems, but with the development of the technology, maybe the problem will be solved maybe in 50 years.
And just as I add, this truly is a gradually process that, as we mentioned, for the build a smart campus or smart classroom. As we know now, we're gonna use some like the smart iPad or something as the most common things that people will use, like the smartphone or something. So these will not conclude so complicated or sophisticated, and we'll try to make the students to get to the information, use the techniques more easily, and also easily improved or just make things clear and different. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, deciding committee, for your questions. And thank you, China, for your wonderful presentation. So we'll now take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 9:57 Eastern time. So that is exactly 10 minutes from now. Please don't leave this room. Stay here, but we'll see you back here in 10 minutes, and we will resume with Germany.
Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the glass, dance with the take it to body. I losing all my focus. I can't even control it. Know you're into golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. Know exactly what to do to blow my mind. And I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, I'm upside down, spinning. Wanna taste the glass, dance with the take a trip with your body. Whatever we do, starry-eyed, come starry-eyed. Splendid as space, just painting constellations. Cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you make me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby you're the light. And I never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the glass, dance with I'm starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me, and you're making me go. Couldn't fight if I wanted, flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the glass, dance with the body. Whatever we got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Upside down.
Feels so good right now. Feels so good right now. Feels so good right now. Feels so good right now.
Easy as pie, lemon, apple, or cherry. Loving you is so very sweet, sweet, sweet. How can it be such a piece of cake? And your smile is the icing. Loving you is a party. Sweet, sweet, sweet. How can it be? And you make my candy coated heart melt. When you take my hand and I am under your spell, baby, I crave your affection. When I stepped in sweet confection, honey, you're my sugar. I'm pleased as punch. Whether spiked or sparkling, you make me tipsy and bubbly. If you're dessert, I want the last course first. All I love are your candy kisses, and I'm addicted. Oh, 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 I could have just one. No, you make my candy coated heart melt. When you take my hand and I am under your spell, oh, and you make my candy coated heart race. When you take my hand and we go stargaze, baby, I crave your affection. When I stepped in sweet confection, honey, you're my sugar. Baby, I crave your affection. When I stepped in sweet confection, honey, you're my sugar.
I am tickled, think that things aren't going my way. Cause that would be boring. Spend my last cent on cheese and champagne. What a wonderful morning. Never mind, she declined to the first date. It was only on my birthday. Never mind all the lines on the highway. Give me time to reflect a bit, cause I'm just having a good day. Having a good day. Having a real good morning. I'm just having a good day, having a good day, having a real good morning. Real good morning. Real good morning. I guess that things can only get better from here. But sometimes I wonder, I might have have met the love of my life. But I lost a number. Never mind, she declined to the first date. I went to Vegas with a roommate. Never mind all the lines on the highway. I aim to misbehave, 'cause I'm just having a good day. Having a good day. Having a real good morning. I'm just having a good.
All right, it's now 9:57. I hope you all enjoyed your luxurious 10 minutes. All right, great. I see a lot of cameras popping back on, so we can get rolling again with the head of state of Germany, who will introduce their delegation.
Hello. So Carol, would you mind sharing screen? Thank you very much. We are the representatives of Germany, and we will now present the policies of the ministries of our nation. The first to present will be the Minister of Business and Development, Carol.
Thank you. As Minister of Business and Development of Germany, I will present our policies and initiatives. The first policy is the bilateral policy with Brazil. The Republic of Germany agreed to establish a trading partnership with Brazil by exporting smart and clean technologies such as solar assets and server virtualizations in exchange for increasing 5% textile and natural resources import annually. The Brazilian government agreed to set an area of opportunity for German ESG to establish within Brazilian territories and reduce corporate income tax by 7% to newly established German enterprises. The second policy is the multilateral policy with the countries of EU and Italy to implement renewable energy towards citizens' daily life transportation with renewable transport fuels such as biofuels and bioethanol in countries' gas stations in order to eliminate carbon dioxide emission by 50 to 80% in 10 years. The funding and technologies will be supported by countries' ministry and REA energy cooperatives. The third policy is the multilateral policy with the countries of EU and Italy to provide 10 billion from governmental subsidy programs and the intergovernmental funding to dual vocational training programs to minimize skill imbalance issues and decrease unemployment rates by 4% in 10 years. The program will include metaverse technology, which provides virtual space for realistic skill training and allows remote working for employees from rural areas. To conclude, the main focus of business and development sector is to bring smart technologies into working area to reduce unemployment rates and transit the nation into a low carbon economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, Jason, will present.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. As the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure of Germany, I will present our goals and initiatives. Okay, our first policy is the states provides 10% of GDP every year to develop the new energy industry and stabilize that enterprises with research and development of new energy technologies can receive government subsidies every year. We are ready to invest in the development of new energy technologies so as to complete Germany's plans to phase out nuclear power by the end of 2022 and use electricity energy, hydrogen energy, and solar energy to replace previous energy technologies such as fossil fuels and nuclear power technology so as to achieve our goals of environmental protection. Okay, next page, please. Our second policy is the German Academic Exchange Center will expand from 250 projects to 300 so as to attract more students to study in Germany and immigrate. It means that more students studying in Germany will be prepared to learn more advanced technology, which means that foreign students will have more opportunities to study in Germany. Therefore, Germany can have more scholars and labor force to help development of new energy and infrastructure. Next page, please. Our third policy is Germany's Federal Ministry of Education and Research will increase the amounts of money invested in climate funds from 300 million to 400 million by 2023, cooperate with Brazil in energy development. Germany is also committed to hydrogen as an important important green energy, such as heating or industrial processing. The German government hopes to make Germany a pioneer in this field through the National Hydrogen Energy Strategy. To this end, the Federal Ministry of Education and Research will invest more than 400 million euros from the climate funds before 2023 in order to establish a strategic partnership for hydrogen energy in Europe and around the world, so as to achieve our national goals of new energy development, attracting labors and environmental protection, and better achieve the cooperation in different fields with countries, see common development. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the Minister of Public and Community Health, Kong, will present.
Testing. Yeah. So Germany is the first country to propose and to appeal to all countries to share our medical resources to tackle the pandemic in the ministerial meetings. We have signed a multilateral agreement with 11 other countries on this matter. Also, Germany will build an online medical platform with 5 other countries where citizens can get free medical advice from volunteers. It targets to serve the COVID-19 patients during critical staffing shortages. Next slide, please. So to facilitate cannabis legalization, Germany is building an intranet system with Mexico, which will display all buying records and limit the supply of cannabis to each adult. This innovative technology aims to avoid overdoses of cannabis and to create a sustainable cannabis market. Also, the US and Germany will set up an institute to develop cannabis edibles that are less addictive in 5 years. Food engineering is applied to safeguard our citizens' health while meeting the societal demand for cannabis. Next slide, please. So German hospitals will recognize the qualifications from Turkish medical institutions, which can increase the number of Turkish doctors and makes the healthcare service more accessible to Turkish German. Also, Germany will learn the halal healthcare system from Turkey and aims to have 20% of hospitals halal certified by the end of this year, which makes the healthcare service more accessible to Muslim German. These two policies respond to the ever-changing demographics, where the number of immigrants is getting higher and higher every year. For the aging population problem, we will co-organize an annual trade fair on ambient assisted living technology with Japan, which can boost our development on AALT. We plan to have all hospitals and all cities covered by the AALT as to increase the accessibility of elderly people and to create a sustainable environment for all people. With technology to enhance the accessibility, we can make our cities smart. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now, the Minister of Housing and Urban Life, Taylor, will present. Taylor, are you there?
Thank you. As Minister of Housing and Urban Life of Germany, I will present our policies and initiatives. Policy 1, utilizing property. In Germany, it's absolutely crucial that we utilize and develop 40% of vacant apartment buildings by 2045. Germany has 1.8 million empty apartments, according to the National District of Germany. Outside cities where people are less invested in living would also be having difficulty to do so. These could then be turned into shelters for the homeless and eventually solar-powered housing. Next slide. Policy 2, suburbanization. In Germany, it is essential that we implement more suburbs into neighboring cities of the major cities like Berlin, Munich, and Hamburg by 2045, thus decreasing the population of overpopulated areas, yet making living areas close enough for civilians to commute to their jobs. Next slide. Policy 3, a multilateral agreement between Germany, the European Union, and Turkey will facilitate a program that encourages an increase of employment by 40% through utilizing smart technology, education, and rehabilitation centers by 2035. Some incentives for our people may include providing efficient relocation of employment within these 3 countries. It would act as an asylum for the unemployed, homeless, and undereducated citizens for a duration of 1 year. Turkey would supply Germany with electronics, internet, and transportation. The European Union would supply Germany with textiles, furniture, and food and beverages. And Germany would provide each country with education, cars, and chemical engineering. Each of our policies work to accessorize and make our existing smart cities in Germany more accessible and feasible.
Thank you. Now the Minister of Science and New Technologies, Shirley, will present.
Thank you. As Minister of Science and New Technologies of Germany, I will present our policies and initiatives. Our first policy is to use science and technology to deal with the inhibition of COVID-19 pandemic. In terms of digital contact tracking, first, we will reduce the time to identify and isolate close contacts. Second, the government agencies will effectively manage all individuals. And in terms of community preparation, create a website for residents to arrange appointments to ensure that vaccination doses are adequate and used with minimal waste. Next slide, please. And our second policy is about the cross-border cooperation with the EU to address the storage of the wind energy and the unemployment of Germany by 2030. We will reduce tariffs and purchase taxes on the EU in terms of electric vehicles. In exchange, the EU will provide Germany with wind energy and assistance in the new technologies for storing wind energy and reducing costs. Also, provide more jobs to alleviate unemployment. Next slide, please. And our last policy is to strengthen network data governance to build a secure and intelligent country within a year. First, increase funding for the transformation of cybersecurity group, so as to more quickly respond to any network security incident within the government. Second, improve people's trust in the government management through online and offline publicity. Based on this, the government will guide agencies to ensure that third parties fully protect data, and the agency will define the data security requirements. And here are the 2 tips the third parties need to do. To sum up, Germany make policies about science and tech mainly focus on following 3 areas: inhibition of COVID-19, new tech to deal with the energy shortage and the unemployment, and cybersecurity to feed the smart cities and to lay a solid foundation for Germany. That's all for my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley. Now the Minister of Education, Lauren, will present.
Thank you. As Minister of Education, I will present our policies and initiatives. Firstly, facing the current situation of high disparity of gender gap in Germany, the state will appropriately increase women's income and the numbers of jobs suitable for women in order to pursue equal rights and opportunities required in a smart city. Next slide, please. Moreover, we will collaborate with EU to apply a uniform acknowledged educational system, including degrees, tests, and learning contexts, to help students to effectively gain recognized degree in the surrounding European countries. Also, we will provide free local college education for Mexican students, including accommodation fee during the time they study abroad. In exchange, Mexican students will have a year access to stay in Germany after they graduate, aiming to make up for the country's lack of labor to achieve a labor-abundant smart city. Next slide, please. Okay, so the countries China, Germany, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and the United States agreed to decrease unemployment rates by an average rate of 0.5% in 2 years. The countries agreed to establish an international forum that promotes the exchange of information through discussing various methods and new technologies that can be implemented in order to lower unemployment rates. The countries will also hold meetings every 2 months to give status updates and ensure all countries are working towards a common goal. Although the countries may not use the same methods of lowering the unemployment rates due to a difference in policies, all countries agree to work towards this common goal of decreasing unemployment rates. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Now the Minister of Energy, Dia, will present.
Thank you. As the Minister of Energy, I will present our policies and initiatives. As the Minister of Energy, I have created 4 policies to improve the variety of renewable resources as well as tackling the issues in the German energy industry. These policies serve as a stepping stone to achieve the national goal of usage of clean energy. The first policy is domestic and short-term, seizing inequality within wind turbine placement, specifically in the southern regions. Therefore, the installment specifically on southern regions by 2026. Next slide, please. The next policy is a bilateral policy with Italy to reduce carbon emission and increase sustainable energy development. This will be done by Italy assisting Germany in phasing out of nuclear power and transforming into hydroelectric power, while in return, Germany will assist Italy on offshore wind farm development. The third policy is investing in geothermal research along with Mexico as a bilateral policy. Mexico, who has far more experience, will guide Germany in geothermal adaptation in return of consultation of technology to the country and the students. Next slide, please. The fourth policy is a multilateral policy along with 15 other countries with a focus on hydrogen energy to increase the hydrogen energy development and use into smart cities. The policy aims to create a research department that will focus on incorporating hydrogen energy into new technologies, such as application in daily lives of heating, cooling, transportation system, and electrodes, and etc. In relation to smart cities, these policies will improve climate condition by the reduce of greenhouse gas and carbon emissions, as well as improving the living space overall. And these policies will also provide and promote clean energy usage for all sectors in the housing industry, in the smart cities, such as housing and transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the Minister of Energy, Lu Yao, will present.
Thank you. As the Minister of Industry of Germany, I will present our policies. Policy 1 formulates the Made in Germany 4.0 plan to achieve comprehensive and sustainable development, industrial transformation, and increase competitiveness. Policy 2, Germany heavy industry has begun to decline. In order to realize the industrial transformation, need to pay attention to the construction of high-tech parks, technological upgrading, and modernization. Policy 3, improve environmental aspects of the industry in ways of developing electric transportation, energy-saving housing, passive housing around the city green belt, power-saving incentives, building smart cities to control atmospheric emissions. Policy 4, bilateral policies along with South Korea and India, respectively. South Korea providing semiconductors in return of Germany providing the support of technology. India providing rubber in return of Germany providing mechanical equipment and helping to develop advanced technology. Multilateral cooperation with the countries of South Africa, EU, South Korea, and Turkey. Turkey providing preferential treatment to Germany in terms of energy, and Germany in return providing technical and chemical support to Turkey and South Africa. These policies will promote the development of smart cities and provide a model for the development of smart cities around the world. Our goal is to achieve a zero-cost, zero-carbon industrial revolution. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our presentations. We are now ready to answer any questions from the deciding committee.
All right, Matthias, quick to put his hand up. All right, Matthias, you go first.
Thank you. This question goes for the health minister. If I'm not mistaken, Mexico does have experience when it comes to legalization of cannabis, but it is not the best because it has been legalized no longer than 9 months from now. Does this policy really benefit Germany, and how? Based on what I stated earlier.
Yes, because we need to learn the experiences of cannabis legalization from Mexico. And indeed, I know Mexico, it's somehow relatively lack of experiences, but like in the entire G20, only South Africa, the US, Canada has passed the cannabis legalization. But like the states cannot help us because only like the country, like the federal level, they didn't yet legalize cannabis. And then for Canada, they're not willing to partner with us. So we can only learn from Mexico. And then so because the new cabinet of Germany had set a time frame of 4 years, because 4 years from now on, they will reevaluate the legalization of cannabis. So we need to do this intranet in a rapid manner. And so we can only partner with Mexico because they are willing to help us to set up the intranet in August.
Adding on to Colin's point, I think I do understand that Mexico might not have as much experience of cannabis legalization as maybe some other countries. However, they did legalize cannabis, and I think it is very important. They did go through the process of legalizing it, and I think it is important for Germany to learn from them of how to do this correctly.
Yes.
Thank you. That answered my question.
Great, thank you. And then we'll go in order. Henry, Isaac, Monley, and Aaron. So Henry, you're up next.
Yeah. So this question goes to the Minister of Business and Development. So like since you talks about the metaverse tech, and I like how you mentioned it. So like how does it help to change internet form and also like business in your countries, and like what's the penetration path of like the meta users?
I think the main problem in Germany is the business developments in urban areas is different from the business development in rural areas. And a lot of people from rural areas didn't have like well established training system, and I think not everyone can have the chance to have like this kind of training system. So if we use online training program and with metaverse technology, it will increase the reality of the programs, and then they can be more realistic to what they should do and what like the content in the internship program.
Yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you. Isaac, your question.
Yes, I would like to ask the Minister of Education about their policy about students and if they have to have a compulsory year to work after their education and they come to transfer. I would ask about the reasoning behind your policy, why they have, it's really compulsory that they have to come and work for at least a year.
Yeah, so it was actually like the current situation in Germany that is like during the COVID years, we are experiencing a continuous decline in labor force these years. So like in order to make up for like people who are going to do some basic work in Germany, like we have to like attract other people to like immigrate. Like I think it is also mentioned in the policy of like our Minister of International Relationship. Like we have to attract the immigrations of people from other countries to Germany to make up for the current lack of labor force. And also I think of this policy because this is what I have heard about when I go to the Dubai. Like I know like if you're going to the universities in Dubai, like you may get to like have like there is not very compulsory there, but I know like it is have many preferential like policies to attract you to stay there after graduates. And I think like this kind of policy isn't very clear. So I just use the word compulsory, but like it is still said like you are asked to, but not very compulsory. I think the word asked to is more clear in this way because like we are lack of labor force and they may like some like free college education, and also they're not going to pay any accommodation fee. So I think this kind of return, like this kind of like exchange, like just makes sense for me.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Monty, your question.
My question is for the Minister of Health and about health, and you suggested to create a platform with 5 countries doctors for medical advice. So how are you planning to maintain the credibility of the doctors on this platform?
Okay, so we are trying to recruit our volunteers from the retired doctors, so they already have the medical qualifications, but somehow they cannot work in a like they are too old to work, but they still have the ability to help our sick patients. Yeah.
And to add on to Kong's point, I think that Germany will definitely work with the government of these countries so that whenever there is a doctor that wants to go to this medical system, there could be a system to check whether this doctor had a legitimate license of like working as a medical expert in the country.
Yeah, we will ensure that all these volunteers have that accreditation, have that qualifications of doing the medical practices. But we do not encourage the doctors who are already working in hospitals right now, because if we force them to be volunteers, it is just adding more extra pressure to them. But instead, we will recruit the volunteers from the retired doctors.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Great, thank you. Aaron, real quick, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question for the Minister of Business and Development. So you talked about implementing the metaverse technology in online training programs. So I think this is a really great idea, assuming that Meta will be the leader in technology in the future. But how do you think how do you account for promoting a company like Meta, which might discourage like smaller companies in developing their own technologies? I'm pretty sure one of your other ministers, they talked about just advancing technology as a whole in Germany. So how are you going to account for possibly discouraging other companies?
I think for this program mainly for the metaverse technology only used for the training program for rural areas. So if the like smaller companies which use metaverse technology to develop their business development, I think this will not interrupt their development in future and their future expectation in urban area. And metaverse technology is supported collaborated by governmental programs. So I think this will not affect other smaller companies. Is that answer your questions?
Yeah, it's more on like if you're promoting a monopoly by Meta, like unintentionally.
To add on to Carol's point, I think that we could implement a taxing system. I think it is similar to what other countries are doing with large companies that will possibly monopolize the market. So we could set an amount of money. So if the metaverse company, if its worth goes over that amount, then we will enforce and like put more taxes on it to make sure that it doesn't monopolize the whole industry and allow for more small businesses to develop their own technologies. And also, if that isn't
sorry
enough,
to cut you off, but we're running a little long on this dissertation, and I think that answered the question. So thank you very much, everyone, for your questions. And now we'll move on to Indonesia, our final delegation for the evening.
I'm sorry, could I interrupt you? So I think according to the rubric, we're supposed to have citations. So we added 1 page of works cited at the end of the presentation, and I don't think we have enough time to show it. So
that's fine. We have your presentation.
Just to let you guys know that we did cite our sources.
Yep, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
have your presentation, so we'll make sure of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Head of State of Indonesia, go ahead.
Okay. Can you see my share screen?
It's currently loading. So yes, now I can.
Yeah. Hello, we are the representative of the Indonesia, and we will now represent the policies of the minister of our nation. And the first to present will be the Minister of the Business and Development, Shirley.
Okay, so thank you. As Minister of Business and Development of Indonesia, I'll present the three policies initiatives on my hand. First of all, I will present my two bilateral agreements with the European Union and Australia. In both of the trade agreements established, Indonesia and their cooperating country will lower the tariffs and increase the import of the main exported goods from each other's country for the next 15 years. Okay, next page. Moving on to my second policy, which is a domestic policy in which Indonesia will make adjustment in terms of the minimum wage of labor and inflation of the economy. The minimum wage of Indonesia, which was 4.42 IDR million per month in 2021, was a number based on the minimum wage of the Jakarta region, which is the region of the highest wage in the country. The lowest average provincial minimum wage will be in Central Java at 1.81 IDR million per month. Indonesia has increased the average minimum wage of each province by 1.09% for 2022, and our plan is to raise the increase in the average minimum wage of each province to at least 1.3 to 1.5%, while preventing the inflation rate from going over 3.5% per year each year after 2022. We will fulfill this policy through regulating the interest rates of borrowing money through the central bank. When rapid inflation occurs, banks will increase their interest rates to prohibit people from borrowing money so that spending drops and therefore prices drops and inflation slows. Last is a policy regarding the economy inequality in Indonesia. Indonesia will raise the income tax of individuals whose income is above 500 million annually by 5%. So for example, individuals whose income is above 500 million IDR annually is out to be taxed by 35%, and individuals whose income is above 5 billion IDR is out to be taxed by 40%. Okay, thank you for giving me your attention. This is the end of my speech.
Thank you, Shirley. And now the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, Yusuf, will present.
Thank you. As the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure of Indonesia, I will present our policies and initiatives. Our first policy, it would be to raise the taxes on transportation and infrastructure, and we will raise the taxes by a 2%, and if you have an income above of 250 million Indonesia rupiah, we will raise it by 5%. We will use this percent of the taxes to the expansion and modernization of transportation, whether by sea or land. This will help the transportation from one place to another. Next slide, please. The second policy would be to incentivize electric transportation, and this will reduce the carbon footprint created by gas cars. The third policy would be to implement fines for cars that exceed a certain amount of carbon dioxide emissions. This will help to stop the emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And the fourth policy would be adding an incentive system to reduce the use of private transportation and to stop the unnecessary traffic from crowded cities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Yusuf. And now the Minister of the Public and Community Health, Herman.
Thank you. As the Minister of Public and Community Health of Indonesia, I will present my policies. So firstly, my main goals as part of the national goal is to lower the death rate and improve the healthcare system with the advance in technology leading to urbanization. An increase of GDP from 3% to 10% spent on Indonesia's health will provide the financial aid for my first two policies. So my first policy is to create a mandatory regular health check supported by the government, in which the data will be updated to the cloud for real-time checking, but it will also be monitored by the government to protect the privacy of citizens. Health checks can lower the death rate as the main causes of the death, which can be seen in the graph, can be easily reduced with regular health check. Proper technologies and devices will be used to give out suitable treatments in which cooperating with technology is a huge step of adapting to the urban life. Next slide. My second policy is to improve the condition of drinking water. I will impose a tradable pollution permit on every factory of all cities to reduce water pollution, which is set on 300 tons of waste per year of each factories. Additionally, water filters will be imposed on all the main drinking water sources in Indonesia. Together, they can create healthy drinking water for our citizens, which is a basic need for living, and it can also prevent them from diseases caused by dirty water such as cholera. This creates a healthy environment for citizens as a basis for a smart city to develop. Next slide, please. And taking the COVID-19 as an example of how our nation will face the outbreak of disease. To improve, my third policy is to have a long-term collaboration with the EU. The sharing of our IAR with the multi-nation in EU will give us a variety of data which will be useful to analyze and gain intelligence on how other countries manage such diseases. I'm planning on imposing these communication devices that we receive, which will be specialized in the medical field, which will be established in every part of the cities by 2037. And this usage of technology, which will be able to produce a strong seal to the citizens in our smart cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Herman. And now the Minister of Housing and Urban Life, Canal.
Yeah, so hello everyone, and I'm going to start my presentation. So as the Minister of Housing and Urban Life, I'm first going to state our goals, which is to narrow the gap between rural areas and urban areas and to lower the loss during natural disasters. Okay, we come to our first policy. In order to narrow the gap between of house condition between rural and urban areas, the government is supposed to invest for housing projects in rural areas. The projects should focus on the constructing basically safe and clean communities for people who live in those poor areas. The government is ought to ask local people for help, and in this way, we can lower the cost of labor and workforce. Okay, the next, please. The second policy. As many kinds of natural disasters often occur in Indonesia, the government is supposed to build houses that can basically survive during not extreme disasters in both of these areas. We plan to make bilateral collaboration with China on this topic, which means China can help us to build infrastructures which are very robust during the disasters. And in exchange, Indonesia offers China with mineral and energy resources. And next, please. Okay. Third is to adopt natural disaster monitoring system and to build base stations which can monitor the trend of disasters throughout the country. And the last one is to build shelters which can be put to use immediately after the occurrence of every disaster. Okay, and my presentation is over. Thank you.
Thank you, Canal. And next, the Minister of Science and New Technologies.
Hello.
Lincoln.
As this Minister of Science and New Technologies of Indonesia, I will present our policies and initiatives. So my policy is a carbon tax. Corporations will then pay a tax for every ton of carbon emitted into the air. The tax will initially start at $10 per ton and will increase by $5 every year following the implementation of the policy. And Indonesia will use 75% of the money gained from these taxes to invest in green technology. So a bit of background information. Indonesia's pollution and environmental issues are very significant and have a high impact on the country. In fact, Indonesia has the highest number of premature deaths related to pollution in the Southeast Asian area. In 2017, an average of 36 out of every 100,000 people died due to pollution. So a carbon tax would change things by lowering emissions. And a carbon tax is a tax set by the government that requires corporations to pay a tax for every ton of carbon they emit. Next slide, please. So while a carbon tax may sound like it would disrupt the economy, it won't. This is proven by past examples. Just one big example is Canada. So Canada adopted a carbon tax in 2017. Since then, its economy rose, its carbon emissions dropped, and its sustainable energy sources rose, as represented by the charts to the right. A carbon tax would help solve environmental issues while incentivizing corporations to switch to green technology and sustainable energy sources, the likes of which is essential for a smart city to flourish. Thank you.
All right, do we have any remaining ministers for Indonesia?
Ayana.
Thank you. As Minister of Education in Indonesia, I will present our policies and initiatives. My first bilateral policy is with South Korea to have stricter qualification checks for teachers in the form of a resume. South Korea and Indonesia share the same issues. Teachers that are underqualified teach specific subjects at schools. This affects students' success rate on exams seen through this graph. Hence, by having primary and secondary educators create a resume consisting of a teaching license, a degree in education, a degree in the subject they want to teach, and a proficient school record, students will feel more confident when completing testings. Next slide, please. This next multilateral policy is between Argentina, Brazil, Russia, and Mexico. Our policy is to create a network system by 2040, including studying resources for all students and volunteer educators to teach people below the poverty line. An issue amongst these countries is that students in rural areas don't have the access to proper education and resources. This is a problem as the population in rural areas is increasing, as shown through this graph. Hence, through this policy, more people in rural areas will be able to continue their education, thus breaking the cycle of poverty. Indonesia will contribute to this policy by providing arts and English educators, diverse students, and volunteer educators, and will provide 1% of its funding of education towards this initiative. Next slide, please. The final policy is having schooling from kindergarten to grade 12 be free of charge and compulsory, in turn increasing university fees. An issue in Indonesia is that mandatory schooling is only up to grade 9. After, you must pay to continue your education, this being around $100 to $400. This is why the GER rate of higher education has not been steadily increasing, as seen in this graph. Hence, if education up to grade 12 is mandatory and free, every student will be able to learn the specificity of every subject, and this will encourage them to enroll in a university. Since more people will enroll in university, increasing university fees will increase the profit made from the education system. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And the next is the Minister of Energy, Wendy.
Hi, this is the Minister of Energy of Indonesia. Firstly, we've made some domestic and bilateral policies to help smart city obtain a sustainable future development. Firstly, raise the percentage of renewable energy to 23% by 2050 and lower the percentage of fuel to under 30%. Besides, raise the proportion of new renewable energy installation to 60%. As a result of this policy, Indonesia can reduce carbon dioxide and create better living conditions and thus improve citizens' health. Next slide, thank you. Secondly, attach importance to new energy vehicle production. We expect to have over 200,000 new energy cars in use and reach 10% penetration rate in the pilot cities by 2025. Indonesia has some advantages in developing new energy vehicles. Indonesia is a large nickel producing country, and nickel is one of the most important material which battery is made from. Besides, Indonesia has built a systematic industrial chain in car manufacture. Moreover, the car ownership in Indonesia now is not high, so it is easy to get new energy vehicles penetrated into the market. Next slide, thank you. For the bilateral policy, we are going to export 500 new energy automobiles to Russia each year till 2024. Indonesia will receive the government revenue and utilize the money to build domestic electric vehicle infrastructures. Fourth, build 18,000 kilometers of electric grid in the next 5 years. Besides, we're going to promote rural electrification. This can reduce the development gap and get more places ready to become smart cities. A sustainable power supply system is essential for a city's safety and order. That's all for my speech. Thank you all.
Thank you, Wendy. And next, the Minister of Revenue and Finance, Eric.
Thank you. It finally comes to me. So, as the Minister of City Revenue and Finance, the goal of my ministry is to promote economic development by adjusting tax rates to meet the needs of urban development. So the first policy is a multilateral collaboration among all the G20 countries. Actually, the companies from these countries investing in national strategic resources such as base metals or oil refining will be exempted from tax for 5 years after the start of commercial operation and enjoy a tax reduction of 10% on their total investment. Our ideal result is to attract investment and introduce advanced technology, promote stable economic development. Next page, thank you. Well, the second policy is a bilateral collaboration with South Korea. Indonesia will provide natural resources and labor to South Korea, reducing the ship tonnage tax on South Korean vessels from 10% to 5% at ports on the island of Sumatra in the Strait of Malacca, while South Korea provides Indonesia with technical support in high-tech fields such as new energy while reducing tariffs on Indonesia. The ideal result will be to strengthen trade exchanges between Indonesia and the Republic of Korea and promote bilateral economic development. Next page, please. Yeah, the third one will be domestic policies. Actually, the first one is to raise tobacco taxes. The ideal result will be to increase urban fiscal revenue and improve the living conditions of residents and maintain the health of residents. Actually, this policy has been taken into account for Indonesia years ago, and I will do it further and raise it. And the fourth one will be increase the share of the economy in education. For example, from 5% to 7%, for example. And just like Herman said, I will raise the share for healthcare from 3% to 10%, and all other aspects that impact the quality of citizens' life. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And because the Minister of the Industry is absent today, so this concludes our presentations. And now there is some reference. And this concludes our presentations. And now we are ready to answer any questions.
All right, Matthias, you're up first.
Thank you. First question, this one goes for the Transportation Minister. On your first policy, you spoke about raising the tax on transportation and infrastructure. But specifically, what are you going to raise the tax on? Production, usage, or what?
From usage and production, both.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask my other question now, or should I wait?
Let's get to Isaac and Monby first. Thank you.
Yes, I had a question for the Minister of Education about your plan to increase university fees. Have you considered the effects of this, and are you really concerned that this might lead to less people wanting to come study in Indonesia? I guess I'm just asking after a little more clarification behind the need to really reduce the price for schools and increase it for the secondary schools.
Yes, so currently the fees for university in Indonesia is actually considered very low in contrast to other countries. It lays at around $3,000 to $4,000. So even if we do increase it by a few $1,000, it won't necessarily be as high as in other countries. And also, I think that it's important to decrease the fees for secondary school because as I previously mentioned in my presentation, students are very discouraged because they don't have the financial aid to continue secondary school. And in turn, this is also decreasing the GER for universities. So if we decrease the amount of money used, the amount of money for secondary schools and put that towards universities instead, I believe more people will be willing to continue their education, if that makes sense.
It does, thank you.
Great, thank you. Monby, go ahead.
So my question is for the Minister of Transportation. You mentioned that you want to incentivize use of electric transportation. So what will be the incentive exactly?
A reduce of tax, of payment of taxes.
All right, thank you.
Does that respond to your question?
Yes, it does answer my question.
Distinct answer. Great. Isaac, do you have another question? Or is your hand just still raised?
No, sorry.
Okay. Matthias, back to you.
Thank you. This question goes to the Minister of Energy. Referring to policy number 1, as a whole, how are you planning to achieve all of that? All of your number 1 policy?
You mean the first policy about raising and lower the percentage?
Yes, raise the percentage of renewable energy to 23% to 1.
Oh, I think we're just going to, focus more on renewable energy development, and have more like geothermal energy installations, and we're somehow going to cut the fuel, the exploitation of fossil fuel in the future. So when the percentage of renewable energy raises, and the fuel will just simply go down. I think so. Does that make sense?
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you.
Minister of Revenue and Finance, did you want to jump in to respond?
I just want to add something to Winnie's answer that in my ministry, I just get a bilateral agreement with South Korea, and they will offer us some technology about new energy, renewable energy, and that will sustain, support the Winnie's policy. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to ask the Ministry of Public and Community Health. So as you mentioned, to provide technology to help to reduce death rates. So I'm just pretty curious about this one. So like what specific technology will you help to reduce this death rate, and like what effects do you think will happen as you successfully achieve this goal?
So like the technology that will be provided in like those health checks are just like those that can be found like mostly in hospital but not in homes. For example, like the ones that can help you like measure blood pressure, or the ones that can like maintain blood sugar level, as shown that some of the greatest cause of the high death rate of Indonesia is caused by those two. So then by having those like health checks, which can using technology to support this, and then also is like a regular process, this could I believe could successfully work and lower the death rate, since like everyone will get a suitable treatment and no one will be like staying at home and then like having some sudden issue that isn't like checked because they don't have health checks. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it did.
Thank you.
All right, great job. That brings us to the end of that dissertation and defense, which brings us to the end of the ministerial presentations for room 1. Great job, everybody. So we're just going to hang out in this Zoom room for a minute until the rest of the summit joins us, and then we'll have a brief closing meeting, and then you'll be free to go. So just hang out here for a minute or two while the other rooms wrap up. It shouldn't be too long.
Just having a good time, having a bad day, yeah. A real good morning, a real good morning, a real good morning. I'm just having a good day, having a good day, having a real good morning. I'm just having a good day, having a good day, having a real good morning. Good morning. Let's go down the valley places I've never been. Ride a sunset boulevard with a top down for the scene. Make you wanna join a ride with the perfect on the screen. I never gave up. Gotta think about it, gotta dream about it, gotta find a way to do the things that make you feel alone. Gotta think about it, gotta dream about it, gotta find a way to do the things that make you feel alone. Gotta think about it, gotta dream about it, gotta find a way to do the things that make you feel alone. Gotta think about it, gotta dream about it. Too many days in the darkness, without a glimpse of the light. Running tired and broken and scared, but I swear I'll never give up the fight. I see you broken and beat, head pulled down over your eyes. Every part of you wants to surrender, darling, you were meant to survive. With every sky, we are born again. Open your heart, spend this time in your head. With every star, we are born again. Open your heart.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Great work all around. Congratulations to all delegations, ministers, deciding committee members. The amount of thought you've put into these policies to address some of the world's most pressing challenges in urbanization, energy, pollution, cybersecurity was really inspiring to see. So great work. Yes, both the Model G20 committee and the deciding committee are impressed by the amount of research and thought that went into your policies and your commitment to a thriving human future in the world cities. So everyone give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. All right. So tomorrow is all about reflecting and connecting with one another, sharing some closing thoughts and thanks, and celebrating all that you've achieved during the summit. We're also going to have a little fun. So we'll have our talent show where some of you will show off a talent to the entire summit. We've done this many times before, and it's always a great time. So we can't wait to see what you do. For those participating in the talent show, the order of performers will be sent via email before the start of the day tomorrow. Following the talent show, we'll have our open mic session where you'll have a chance to speak directly to the entire summit about your experiences over the past 2 weekends. Maybe say thanks to somebody, tell a little inspiring story. This really, help us see and give you a chance to really share your experience. And then finally, we end with our awards ceremony. Tomorrow, we'll learn who the 2 most highly ranked country delegations are, as well as the top ministers in each category. There will also be awards for the deciding committee. So on that note, in the closing email, delegates, in the closing email you will be receiving shortly, there will be a brief survey about your deciding committee member. Please click on the link and fill out the survey as soon as possible. The survey results will be a key part of the deciding committee awards given, so make sure your voice is heard. Also, before we wrap up, I just wanted to mention again about the special opportunity to extend your positive impact beyond this summit, the position paper. You've put in so much research and hard work on your policies. This is an opportunity for you to have an impact on the world beyond this summit. We have already published several position papers written by delegates in the past. These papers were widely distributed to key international organizations, political leaders, and scholars. Former delegates have attached their paper as part of their university applications and have shared their work with their schools and peers. Some former delegates have also used their paper to get top internships at top companies and international organizations. So we strongly encourage you to turn your policies into a paper, and we'll help you share it with international organizations, NGOs, government officials, and anyone else that could use your ideas to make an impact. You can find more information about the position paper on the platform in the document titled Composing a Position Paper Guide. And with that, our day has come to a close. Deciding committee, please make sure we have your final scores by now. Everyone, great work, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Bye.
See you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
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 Thank you, everyone.
Bye. 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 Thank you. Bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Great
See you
work.
tomorrow.